and that no one ever says thank you to them, and no one ever buys them lunch because people don't know who they are. But they every day put their lives on the line, and they work very hard to be able to protect Americans. And when Edward Snowden got mad at his employer that he didn't get the promotion that he wanted and started harvesting information, and then found some things that he didn't like on it, and then kept going, and then released them to media and went to China, and then went from China to Russia.
Let me just stop him right there, because Edward Snowden didn't do those leaks because he didn't get a promotion. Let's look at why Edward Snowden did those leaks. Let's listen. This is what Snowden saw the government doing that made him decide that. Let's play this for you.
Does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly. There are cases where they could inadvertently, perhaps, collect, but not wittingly.
Boom. This was March 2013. Snowden watched NSA Director James Clapper lie to Congressman Wyden right there. And Wyden asked that question, and the NSA lied. That is the reason that Edward Snowden said, you know what, they can't be lying to Congress. They can't be lying. So we're gonna blow the whistle. They're spying on people. Not only they're spying on people, but there's active domestic counterintelligence operations going on right now. And the best space to observe that is the UFO space. Anyone who's on UFO Twitter knows about this and how disinfo opt the space is. It's pretty wild. So we're going to get right into some reporting I wanted to cover. I want to play some older videos on just how disinfo opt the space is. This is a video I did 4 years ago that got this report has not been no other UFO researchers or journalists have covered this. I broke this story 4 years ago, showed how the local news were being lied to about the real reason for the raid on this man's house, what the real truth was. And then we did a deep dive into all of this U.S. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base contractor and all of his connections, all of his science papers. And I'm going to play that for you right here so that we can just go back and visit this, because this is probably the most, I was looking back of like asked by a journalist recently who I was talking to on the phone. I won't name which journalist, but I've talked to all the journalists that are covering UFO stuff right now and tell them what's going on in this space and the disinfo ops that are really geared at destroying ufology once and for all. So I wanted to bring people back to the reporting that got me shadow banned at the start of this 4 years ago, before they really just ramped up the disinformation and just started pumping tons of disinfo into the UFO space. So this U.S. Air Force contractor served a year in federal prison. You can go and look up his name and all the info on it. My channel, just the views went way down. This is nuts. When I saw this happen, I'm just going to play the video for you, and we'll comment in the chat and just show people what real UFO reporting looks like, what real UFO leaks look like, that these people don't go on Ross Coulthart or Jesse Michaels. Isaac Kemp has been impossible to find, won't do interviews, probably can't talk about anything anyway. But he served a year in federal prison for bringing those documents home. And that was enough to show the public and show people, investigators like me, what kinds of things are our government is researching and how it relates. And a lot of this technology stuff relates to what other whistleblowers are saying about the UFOs and UFO technology, really close to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So, yeah, this is, let's go back over this report and everything. Good to revisit.
Why, hello and good afternoon. Hope you all can hear me on the new microphone, courtesy of my roommate. We're looking at a very interesting story here today, folks. As you can see, there was this article that came out on WHIO 7 News on May 24th, 2019. And it was it claimed that several marijuana plants and cultivation items were seized during a search warrant executed at the Fairborn home on Friday, according to investigators. Right. So we've put out some FOIAs for the search warrant to try and see what the whole gist of that was. But you'll notice a couple things that just don't make sense about this at all, folks. All right. So the United States Air Force Office of Special Investigations are the ones who, and not the DEA, mind you, are the ones who executed this search warrant looking for the marijuana plants, which have never been produced. There's no evidence of them. We looked up his court records at Fairborn Municipal Court. No charges have been filed against Mr. Isaac Kemp in relation to this Air
So the
Force.
weed plants were a cover. It turns out the weed plants were a total cover for what the Air Force was really there for, and it was documents that Kemp had brought home from his work at Wright State University, where Kemp worked in the ultra-fast Terahertz the Terahertz and ultra-fast photonics group. And a lot of the stuff has since been taken down, but we reported on it then, and luckily live streamed the screenshots of it all. So it's all on record there, including our deep dive into all of, you went to search for the Core Scholar portal on Wright State University's website. You can find all of Isaac Kemp's thesis paper and a whole bunch of other papers that he wrote, and gives us a lot of insights into the technology that he was working on, which is terahertz wave and certain terahertz imaging techniques and imaging technologies for aerospace applications. And according to our investigation, they're using this to this is a type of paint. It looks beneath the paint job, so they can basically spy beneath the paint job on the hull of aircraft in order to do inspection with these. It's like an optical X-ray for long wave, but it kind of like those long wave machines that scan your body, but they scan the aircraft hull and they can detect damages in the aircraft hull and stuff. But as you all know, we had Joe Rogan on just before that on with Tom DeLonge on the Joe Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan Experience 1029, and Tom DeLonge was talking about the terahertz wave radiation and terahertz frequencies and how it was used to we talk about the patents and all that stuff. We were reporting on all this stuff 4 years ago. This is real journalism that didn't get picked up. None of the science was understood. It's still not understood. They've totally polluted the science sphere.
One way of
with,
producing
the recent crap that's out. Now we have Jake Barber and the Eggmen, swearing that there's this psychic left-handed gay unit of the military that's summoning UFOs. And they're saying, that now that the U.S. Air Force and all the skunk works and all the contractors have so many of these eggs, they're just tired of them now at this point. This is just complete laughable nonsense that's out there in the mainstream right now. And serious journalists are reporting this, and I don't think they're that serious. I don't think they're very serious anymore. I hope nobody takes these news organizations or their journalists seriously anymore after the the shit show that they've put out. And the whole field of ufology has just basically become this grift squad, where it's like, if you're not in on the grift and supporting the other grifters, then you're not welcome into the club. And if you're not part of the club, then, you know, you don't get exposure and you don't get reports. You know, they don't do reports on you because you're debunking other people who aren't in the club. And then you get outcast as a debunker. And then, you know, you get people that are just totally not informed of anything, calling you the shill and calling you the disinformation agent, who's trying to suppress the truth about psychic eggmen that can summon UFOs. That's the real reality, as if that's the real reality of what's going on inside of these top secret programs, and not the Air Force contractors and the scientists who actually go to fucking prison, actually went to fucking prison, federal prison, for a fucking year. Okay, Jeremy Corbell, you fucking retard. This is not, you are not serious. You are not a serious podcast. And I just laugh at, you know, Jeremy Corbell with, he's got a show on TMZ called The UFO Revolution. Okay, 9 days ago, 120,000 views, which is, you know, 100 times the numbers that we're getting here. And yet he's on this show on TMZ, which is like a gossip tabloid, kind of like the National Enquirer of television stations. And he's on here complaining that he's being censored, that Nancy Mace didn't mention his name on this Immaculate Constellation document, and there's a big cover-up now, and they're censoring him and UFO information. And they tried to erase me, bro. They tried to erase me, he was saying on this podcast the other day. I don't have the clip of that right now. But yeah, he's telling, he's on TMZ telling people that he's being censored and that they tried to erase me, bro. No, you didn't get fucking erased.
Why?
Jeremy.
Hello.
This Air Force contractor, Mr. Isaac Vincent Kemp, he got fucking erased. Okay, everyone knows who Bob Lazar is, but people don't know who Isaac Vincent Kemp is, or that he did a year in prison for just bringing documents
just
home
failing
related to some of these technologies that he was working on. And you don't know about shadow ban and censorship because your channel doesn't talk about the real technology. You talk about element 115 and nonsense, but you don't talk about terahertz wave technology and the PhD scientists in the labs that are working on this kind of technology. And you don't deep dive into the physics of, you know, who's doing what, and these metamaterial sandwiches of a metamaterial between two mirrors, and then on either side of the mirror plates are a piezoelectric material which squeezes the materials together. No, you don't talk about the science and the deep physics of what's going on in these super classified programs, where people who just bring documents home related to it go to fucking prison for a year. Okay, we are not the same. We're not even in the same ballpark of you know, but yet if I go out in public right now, or I go up to anyone and talk about UFOs, they immediately think that I'm Jeremy Corbell and that my evidence is UFO psychic eggman and trash. Absolutely, I would love if these guys could be on my show. I've tried to get on shows with these guys. This is going to happen, going to confront these people. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, we're going to do segments of just breaking stuff down. That would be great to do much shorter little clips. I need a team of people that can help me with that, you know, because I have a lot of ideas, but I just, yeah, if you're not on the watch list and you're not shadow banned to hell, then move on. Yeah, no, move on. You know, my challenge has basically been that I'm moving on from the egg thing. And, you know, I just told Jesse Michaels, you know, that, you know, I made a bet with Jesse Michaels, and I'll put it out there, $50,000. If, you know, he's an investor at Thiel Capital. So if he feels so strongly and believes that this is legitimate whistleblowers and they're going to bring legitimate intel out, then put your money where your mouth is And I bet him $50,000 that this is another David Grush, that we're going to be a year, 2 years later after the fact, and that there'll still be no evidence provided for any of this. And I called Ross Coulthard out too, man, said you should have waited till you had the evidence on this and on all that data before you came out with this. You should have been damn sure. Because the stuff that we're getting now is a lot of backpedaling on the psychic ability to summon these. And, even Chris Bledsoe saying that, if there's skeptics around, they don't come, or that they won't show up for some reason. And that's just ridiculous. So it's not repeatable. It's not, a consistent experiment. And only incredulous people who are fooled easily and don't know the difference between drones and or laser-induced plasmas and UFOs might be fooled by these technologies and deployments of them in the right psychological setting. So yeah, I just think that you have a group of these people that are either told this stuff by counterintelligence ops, or they're all part of a counterintelligence ops, because UFOs is the most disinfo-filled space into opt space in the whole community. So it really is no surprise that if this is $1 billion industry and there's trillions of dollars that have been dumped into these black budget programs, the missing $32 trillion from these black budget programs, that pays for a lot of disinformation, and that pays a lot of people like this to all come forward and corroborate each other and create a bunch of dots on a data map where there is no data, and it's all artificially created. So I challenge all these people. I don't believe anything that they say. I don't believe any of their witnesses, because they don't have evidence. They just have more trust me bros to back them up, and it just seems like a big trust me bro fest. And I say, if they really mean this, then let's come down to Avi Loeb Observatory, right, at the Harvard Observatory. Okay. And Avi Loeb, his office is right there in Harvard at the Harvard Observatory. We can all bring all these psychic Eggmen down to Avi Loeb's office, and we'll summon a whole bunch of these things over the Harvard astronomy for all of Avi's people, with all of their really expensive instruments that Harvard, one of the richest universities in the world, paid for and already have. So we don't have to worry about, people worry the Skywatcher technology that Jake Barber has, and the whole authenticity of these UFO Skywatchers team, So they have their own Skywatchers team with their own equipment, and they're apparently trying to summon these things psychically and then film them and provide evidence for them. Well, if this really works and this is real, then come do it at the Harvard Observatory in front of all the scientists with their much better telescopes and much better instruments and much more experienced and qualified aerospace intelligence people and astronomers who are quite familiar with. Skywatcher is Jake Barber's company. So Jake Barber, in addition to coming out as a supposed whistleblower with insider information, was there to also promote his Skywatcher company, which is a company that observes and captures UFOs on film or something. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they said there will be proof of the summoning of a UFO. That's what Ross told me, and has said to many people. I hope so. I hope so. You have to really step back and say, this is what's really going on, and this is what's really happening. Yet,
and so you see a lot of
Yet we have 152 people watching this live between two platforms. That's everyone on Twitter and everyone on YouTube combined. Okay, these videos 2 weeks ago, and they're up to 2 million views. Okay, we won't touch those numbers with our accurate reporting, but nonsense, over dramatized and well-produced fluff is getting 1.9 million views. It's ridiculous. And none of these journalists will touch the stories that we've covered on this channel, which lead to actual top secret programs and intelligence that people actually went to fucking prison for. Okay,
not Jake Barber. Jake Barber's still out there, man. He didn't get arrested.
The center hold the
You know, you have to wonder about the people that commit crimes like lying to Congress out there in the openly, right out in the open, yet face zero consequences. And, you know, at this hearing that we had with Tulsi Gabbard, the lady who looks like Cruella de Vil with the white stripe through her head, wanted to hide my Dalmatian dog. Make sure that she didn't go after him during the hearing. But anyways, yeah, it was kind of lame because all these people attacking her on this, her positions on Snowden, and, you know, was Snowden a hero? You're going to pardon him? How dare you? It seems like 80% of Americans who vote in this country all voted for Snowden to be pardoned, all voted for all these deep state players that are sitting there in this hearing defending him. Those are the people we voted to put in prison and get the fuck out of our government, quite frankly. All these people defending Snowden, and I mean, all these people, you know, offended by Snowden, none of them mention the crimes committed by James Clapper, who started all this. They in fact, they glossed right over at that important part in the 4 minutes in there that we showed before with I think it was Mr. Cotton claiming that Snowden did the leak because he didn't get a promotion, and that's a direct lie. No, Snowden made that leak because James Clapper lied to Congress. James Clapper belongs in prison. James Clapper is, you know, evil, and so are pretty much all the people that sat there and questioned her during this hearing. And I'm just ashamed of her for backing down on her positions instead of standing up to these people. Yeah, what Snowden did was a crime technically. It's a crime to expose bigger criminals? No. When exposing criminals becomes a crime, you're ruled by criminals, and all those people in the room that are criminals. And I can't believe we're like allowing this government to still yeah, she's definitely harder than Cruella de Vil. But again, it's the whole haircut thing it just throws me off, man. Yeah, and then Snowden is not really, I don't know. What do you mean by Snowden's a psyop? I don't quite get that. I don't think Snowden had access to the UFO files. Remember, Snowden was a private contractor. He worked for Booz Allen Hamilton, which was an NSA front. Okay, a lot of these big corporations like Fannie Mae and Booz Allen and Brown Brothers Harriman have always been, you know, intelligence fronts. They're always the intel agencies operating and running out of all those things. Okay, the UFO files are all held under Battelle Memorial Institute. Okay, that's much different than it's not the same private institute. So Battelle is different than Booz Allen Hamilton. Booz Allen Hamilton handled all that spying stuff for the NSA and the real spy technology, the NSA data center and a lot of that stuff. So they weren't connected to the UFO file stuff. That is Battelle. So again, where we see Battelle rise up in all this is in the Arrow with Moultrie, right? Moultrie hiding his contacts to Battelle, Ronald Moultrie. Okay, this is not happening. So we're just going to go straight to the documentary, and I'm going to play this documentary for you all so that you can learn about that. No, Snowden couldn't have released all the UFO files because Snowden worked for Booz Allen Hamilton doing NSA spying programs. Different company, didn't have access to those files. But we're going to talk about who did and who does have access to those files, because this is some of the most important information of all. And it's kind of crazy because UAP Gurb here gets credited, and Jesse Michaels has a recent interview with Randy. So Jesse Michaels, Anderson, right? Randy Anderson. You guys seen this one yet? Watch the whole thing. This came out a while back, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but in it they don't mention Battelle, but they talk about Battelle in reference to this
underground base where Randy, this Green Beret, allegedly saw this door with a sign that said off-world technology. And, you know, apparently this is where he believes that this stuff is kept, in this off-world technology division of this tech company, which is a private corporation. And they don't mention it directly, but they say, oh, UAP Gerb is like the best researcher in the space on this, and he's done all this great research, and you should check out his stuff on that. Well, UAP Gerb's video is this one right here, which I've gotten explicit permission from UAP Gerb to play. Because, you know, Jesse Michaels refers to Gerb as the source and intel researcher who put all this together. But in reality, this was a lot of Anthony Brigalia's work. And also I've reported on all of this stuff on this channel before this, but this is a great 17-minute summary of that information and really just lays it out great. So, again, UAP Grib, I thank you for putting the video together and getting all this information compacted. I'm going to make a few more comments about the metallurgy and the science involved, go a little bit deeper on that end of it. But other than that, this was great, great work on UAP Gerb's. And I've checked out some of your other stuff. You know, a lot of it's research that I've already done, and I really wish you had consulted with me on a number of these videos, especially the ones on Ed Fouche, where you call him Edgar Fouche and get his name wrong. That would have been great. Anyways, here it is.
Meet Battelle Memorial Institute, a private nonprofit applied sciences and technology development company whose mission is to, quote, deliver scientific discovery and applied research that makes the world a better place to live. This private nonprofit has a prolific list of USG contracted work, including classified SAPs. Battelle has a storied history in the technological development of our US society, including research into the fabrication of uranium for the Manhattan Project from 39 to 52, development of the photocopy machine and UPC barcode system, work on combustion, electronics, energy conversion, propellants, all for Apollo 11, and military research into biological and chemical weapons / defense systems, and more. Today, Battelle manages the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center at Los Alamos National Laboratory and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, NREL, as well as Oak Ridge National Lab, all of which are DOE-sponsored labs. So we already see some ties here with Battelle and the USG UAP work in Los Alamos and the DOE. But what if I told you Battelle is harboring a dark secret, that the company has a long history of studying UFOs, aiding the USG and USAF in the UFO cover-up, and has even conducted analysis on UFO material? Hey guys, it is UAP Gerb, and we are finally going to start to dive into one of the most fascinating aspects of the UFO phenomena, the private sector's connection to the study of UFOs. Numerous key figures such as David Grush, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, Eric Davis, former Senator Harry Reid, and more have made direct statements that USG defense contractors have a direct hand in the reverse engineering and crash retrieval of UAP. So today, we are going to dive into one such company with real dirty hands on work of UFO material and research, the Battelle Memorial Institute. The earliest tracing of Battelle and UFOs goes to something called Project Stork. In 1952, the director of the Central Intelligence received a memorandum titled Flying Saucers, which detailed an arrangement between ATIC, the Air Force Technology Intelligence Committee, and Battelle Memorial Institute for the contractor to establish a machine indexing system for official reports of UFO sightings. On the 9th of January 1953, Battelle's Dr. Howard C. Cross proposes that the ongoing Project Stork, quote, assist the Air Force in reassuring the public that everything is well under control with respect to the UFO problem. At the time, this memo was classified secret and even calls to attention Captain Edward J. Ruppelt, the project's Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book director. I've talked about him in the history of the stigma, so check that video out if you haven't. If you'll remember from that same video, in 1953, the Robertson panel was conducted to ensure that all national security agencies should strip UFOs of, quote, special status, and suggest to the public there is no legitimate evidence of their existence. While the Robertson panel was conducted, Battelle had been commissioned around the same time to separately analyze all Air Force UFO cases away from Blue Book or these official panels under codename Stork. This project, parallel to Blue Book, was even mentioned by J. Allen Hynek during his attempted testimony at the Robertson panel. Thanks to the efforts of SUFON, the computer UFO network, I have been able to find all 7 Project Stork status reports. That is another analysis for another day. However, all parts, of course, will be provided in the video description. On the 5th of May, 1955, Battelle and ATIC published a comprehensive
Sorry, guys. I just want to pause it right there because and go back a second because this is super important. So CUFON and the Project Stork stuff. I'm going to make sure I get the links to that. Let's see. Special report number 14. Updated and have PDF, but not a link. Okay. Yeah, we're going to get that. Progress reports. Here they are. Boom. There's the PDF right there in the link. All right. Cool. I'll dig into that while this video is going.
Says for another day. However, all parts, of course, will be provided in the video description. On the 5th of May, 1955, Battelle and ATIC published a comprehensive analysis of 3,200 UFO sightings, titled Special Report 14. This report concluded that UFO are not aerial aircraft beyond human scientific knowledge, because no physical matter had ever been recorded from any UFO sighting. But if we dig deeper, there is a massive contradiction here from Battelle's claim that no physical matter had ever been recovered. 6 years earlier, in 1949, Battelle had been contracted by none other than Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to perform analysis on shape memory alloys. See on screen now, and in the video notes, the first and second progress report covering the period of September 1st to October 21st, 1949, on research and development of titanium alloys, contract number 33-038-3736. The bulk of these investigations focus on nitinol, a nickel titanium alloy, a metal that would not be officially discovered until 1961 by Dr. William J. Buehler. So Battelle was performing analysis on the nickel titanium shape metal alloy, now known as nitinol, over 10 years prior to its official discovery. Well, what exactly is nitinol? For you material scientists out there, and I'm not one of you, nitinol has the unique properties of superelasticity and shape memory. The metal can be subjected to high levels of stress and snap back to its original shape when pressure is released, showing no deformation on the material. Nitinol is also elastochloric, where the material heats up when exposed to a mechanical force field. When this heat is released into the environment and the force field is removed, the material supercools and extracts the same amount of heat from the environment again. If I'm not stressing this enough, nitinol is a remarkable material that is exceedingly difficult to manufacture due to the exceptionally high and tight compositional control required and the tremendous reactivity of titanium. The material is even used for thermal and electrical actuators, implants due to the material's biocompatibility and structural dampening. So again, Battelle was contracted to perform a material analysis on an alloy that is exceedingly difficult to make, requiring vacuum arc remelting or vacuum induction remelting to manufacture today in the 21st century, but had this material in the late 40s, specifically 1949. And does this alloy not sound almost exactly like the material that was discovered in the 1947 Roswell crash that Jesse Marcel described as an exceedingly light metal that would retain its shape after deformation? And remember, Jesse Marcel was a military officer who was taken to the UFO crash debris field with rancher Mac Brazel, who discovered these materials and then was later told by General Ramey to pose with balsa wood and aluminum foil to push the weather balloon theory, and all of this is in Marcel's own words. More damning is that this debris from a UFO was supposedly shipped to none other than, you guessed it, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So to summarize, I am directly inferring that the 1947 Roswell crash led to the discovery of the material known as nitinol, and thus Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and the US Air Force contracted Battelle to perform a material analysis on nitinol in 1949, over 10 years before its quote-unquote official discovery in the private sector. But this wouldn't be a UAP Grift video without the mention of the Atomic Energy Commission, would it not? Well, this study by Battelle into titanium-based alloys was a research and development project under the Atomic Energy Commission. For those of you who have never watched one of my videos, UFO records and materials have been classically misclassified under the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement under Transclassified Nuclear Foreign Material. With this report, Battelle's work on titanium alloys is one of very few studies without classification. It's not labeled as classified, unclassified, or declassified, but rather is labeled as restricted. Essentially, this is a private sector classification standard in which only need-to-know read-in access is solely allowed. If you've never heard of this before, people like David Grush have spoken that part of the reason that private industries are used for UFO studies is because they have their own legal classification standards that can't be breached by people with SAP access like Grush himself. But even more perplexing, these studies into nitinol were not declassified until 2010. But we can go deeper because I have the most
2010. Do you get that, guys? So this is crazy what he goes into after, but on the nitinol stuff, we're going to take a break after this. I'll save it for the end of this video, but I want to share. We're going to get back to the memory foil and the actual testimony.
most bizarre connection to make with Battelle and this nitinol UFO material. Within Battelle Report 2, we observe an inconspicuous subsection titled, quote, Analytical Methods for Titanium-Based Alloys by one A.C. Eckert and E.J. Center, a senior research chemical engineer who worked for Battelle from 1939 to 1957. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? Center's section of the report deals with titanium purity. Exceptionally pure titanium is needed to make nitinol memory metal due to the high reactivity as titanium, as I mentioned above. So keep E.J. Center's name in mind, because let's travel to the summer of 1994 and read into the Ohio UFO Notebook by Dr. Irene Scott and the MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network Board of Directors. This piece, titled, quote, The Ohio UFO Crash Connection and Other Stories, details an informant who came to MUFON in 1992. This man attended North High School in Columbus, Ohio in the late 1950s. In 1958, he dated a girl named Kathy Center. One night while visiting her home, her father, one Elroy John Center, told them while working at Battelle, and remember he left in 1957, he was, quote, responsible for a project which required him to study parts retrieved from a flying saucer. This section of E.J. Center is under one decoding the I-beam of the MUFON report. Roswell enthusiasts will know that Major Jesse Marcel, who was taken by Rancher Mac Braswell to the debris field, found an I-beam amongst the wreckage and memory metal, which had strange characters on it resembling hieroglyphs. What's crucial to remember here, guys, is that although MUFON reports on E.J. Center and his work on flying saucers for Battelle in 1994, E.J. Center's 1949 work on nitinol was not declassified until 2010. So making this connection, unless E.J. Center was really, in fact, working on materials from a crashed disk for Battelle, likely the Roswell wreckage, and blabbed about it once he left Battelle in '58, would be impossible. To put the cherry on top here, you JRE fans will remember famed computer scientist and ufologist Jacques Vallée appearing on JRE, the Joe Rogan podcast, on the 4th of December 2020 with The Phenomenon director James Fox. If you haven't seen The Phenomenon by Fox, I highly recommend checking this out, as well as Moment of Contact, which is about the Varginha, Brazil UFO case. He's got great documentaries. But anyways, Jacques is famous for spending many years connecting the private sector to official USG investigation. And within this podcast, he references one of the entities that helps control the UFO phenomena and the study of it in intelligence agencies is, quote, a private contractor. But Vallée nervously states he does not wish to disclose who in fact has UFO materials. Fox comes to all of our rescue to suggest the name of the group indirectly by stating its involvement with the 1953 Robertson panel. As we studied above, this is Battelle Memorial Institute. I honestly don't know if I'm able to use JRE clips from Spotify for copyright inclusion, so I'm not going to do that here. But if you wish to check this out, this is JRE episode 1574 and began at about an hour and 42 minutes in, where Jacques starts talking about pieces of metal recovered from UFOs. And this is where the discussion about what private industry has these materials and where Battelle is suggested by Fox and Vallée himself. And lastly, Battelle actually has shocking connections to Arrow and Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, our modern-day disinformation agent. Kirkpatrick and Arrow were directed to report to one Ronald Moultrie, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, and almost definitely one of the hostile witnesses on David Grush's list. If you'll remember from my Sean Kirkpatrick and Arrow video, in 2022, Arrow and the DoD awarded a company called Sandcorp a contract of $1.9 million for Arrow support services. This Sandcorp specializes in preventing leaks and stopping whistleblowers. Okay, and guess who oversaw this contract? The Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, one Ronald Moultrie. Additionally, on the 16th of December 2022, Ronald Moultrie and Sean Kirkpatrick actually held a public press conference that they have not seen evidence of crashed UFOs that suggest they are craft from another planet or dimension. They additionally suggest there have been no crash recoveries. So here, alongside Kirkpatrick, we see that Ronald Moultrie is vested and interested in playing down UAP and stopping whistleblowers, right? Well, the Honorable Ronald Moultrie is actually a board member of Battelle and has been since 2016. And worse yet, Moultrie has tried to scrub this from his record, including taking down his board membership from his LinkedIn page. But fortunately, Pogo.com stated on its website that Moultrie had been an advisory board member at Battelle, and fortunately grabbed screenshots before Moultrie took this down, as I'm showing on screen right now. So even up to the modern day, Battelle has its hooks sank in the USG and is controlling the UAP narrative. So, Battelle, not only have they played their hand in investigating UFOs for the USG and Air Force, but they've also aided in quelling public interest in UFOs by saying there's nothing to them, and studying UFO material, such as Nitinol, which was likely recovered from the Roswell crash. Guys, if I can't stress this enough, the story of the EJ Center, in 1949, he worked for Battelle studying the nickel titanium alloys, and this was not declassified until 2010. But in 1994, the Ohio MUFON Journal reported on EJ Center, who said he worked on parts of a flying saucer once he left Battelle in '58. That connection is just obscene and really adds another kernel of credibility to this already baffling case with a ton of supporting evidence.
Boom.
I hope you guys enjoyed
Okay.
this look at.
There's even more supporting evidence than that. I just want to point out to UAP Grib and go over some of that really quick. So one of the main pieces of evidence is in the Battelle progress report itself. Let me find it right here. The second progress report on titanium alloys. And let's go to that. Try to bring it in the original window so everyone can see it here. Boom. And yeah, oops.
Meet Battelle Memorial Institute, a private nonprofit applied sciences.
What's the matter? All right. So the Black Vault hosted this and declassified it. Let's look into this. So most of the pages, so they studied a bunch of different alloys, but the majority of the pages of these alloys deal with titanium alloys, and they're very specifically interested in the tensile strength of these alloys and doing the material hardness and tensile and compressive strength tests and comparing all those on this, to try to see, because obviously they have a piece of this material, and it must be off the charts with all these things, and they're trying to figure this out and back engineer it. So consistent with numerous reports on this, and we're going to talk about the methods of analysis. And one of the procedures in this is a method of the carbon tetrachloride method, and they talk about basically using chlorine, pure chlorine, liquid chlorine, and dissolving pieces of this in the most corrosive material known to chemistry, in order to measure the off gases in this apparatus that he shows a picture of in this setup here, a photograph of the whole apparatus. So they drop a piece in, and then they get all the off gases that come out of it, and they're able to analyze what the samples of this indestructible memory foil metal that they had from Roswell was. So it's quite clear, not perfectly clear, but when you know some of the chemistry and science, it really indicates that Wright-Patterson Air Force Base must have had a piece of this stuff, and there's the hard scientific, metallurgy and documentation for how they were going about researching it. And boy, where did this go now? There it is. I'm going to bring up next.
The next day, reporters heard that the Air Force had found fragments of the mystery object crashed on a remote ranch northwest of Roswell. Excitement ran high until officials announced it was only a weather balloon. Major Jesse Marcel, in charge of the operation, now tells a far different story.
They took pictures, of course. They had a whole flock of microphones there. They wanted me they wanted some comments from me, but I wasn't at liberty to do that. So all I could do is keep my mouth shut. And General Ramey is the one who discussed, told the newspapers, the newsmen, what it was and to forget about it. It was nothing more than a weather observation balloon, of course, which we both knew differently.
Major Marcel had to keep silent because of his strategic position at that time. He was in charge of all security and intelligence on atomic tests in the United States and the Pacific. Marcel retraced his secret recovery operation across the hot New Mexico desert.
We left Roswell perhaps around 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As you can see, it's flat. It is very difficult. In fact, with just verbal directions, we know would have found it. We had to follow the rancher out there.
The crash site was so remote, it took an entire day to drive there.
The following morning, we went out to the site where the crash was. And what I saw, I couldn't believe there was so much of it. It was scattered over such a vast area. So we proceeded to pick up as much of the debris as we could, loaded in a wagon. We filled that up. It took us a good part of the day to do that, because there's such small fragments that we had to do a lot of picking. We found a piece of metal about a 1.5 to 2 feet wide and about 2 or 3 feet long. Felt like you had nothing in your hands. It wasn't any thicker than the foil out of a pack of cigarettes. But the thing about that got me is that you couldn't even bend it. You couldn't bend it. Even with a sledgehammer would bounce off it. So I knew that I had never seen anything like that before. And as of now, I don't know what it was.
There is new evidence that the FBI then got into the case with a different cover story. Lawyer Peter Gersten, searching through declassified government documents, came across a mention of the Roswell case.
One of those documents related to an incident in Roswell, New Mexico, which indicated that the object, which had crashed was an experimental kite. The FBI investigated the incident and determined that it was terrestrial, that it was from an organization which had been doing research in experimental kites.
What did crash in this desert? A UFO? A weather balloon? A radar reflecting kite?
It was not anything from this earth that I'm quite sure of. Because I was, being an intelligence officer, I was familiar with just about all materials used in aircraft and in our air travel. This is nothing like that. It could not be. It could not have been.
The eyewitness descriptions of the actual debris that was recovered from Mac Brazel's ranch, combined with Jesse Marcel and Jesse Marcel Jr.'s testimony about the real materials, specifically the memory foil, are the main reasons why I no longer entertain the Project Mogul weather balloon cover story for Roswell. Mylar
Declassify the files, guys. So here we are at the real Roswell. So Roswell, New Mexico is right here. It was home to Roswell Army Airfield, right? Which is right here at the southeast corner of the town, down here, Roswell Army Air Base, right? Right near the Eastern New Mexico University at Roswell, right? Also known as Walker Air Force Base, right? So this is where the atomic bomb squadron was. This is where all of the atomic bombs in the entire world were kept in 1947. So if UFOs are attracted to nukes, then it would have been a hot spot for them for sure. And everyone thinks that Roswell is the place where this happened. Well, no, it happened way away from Roswell, almost halfway between Roswell and Albuquerque. That's how far. And if you drive there from Albuquerque, it's a little over a 4-hour drive, and I don't even think you can. It's real hard to find and get to, but here it is. The official crater and landing site. You guys can look that up. It's off of Cattle Road B12 and Lawn, or it's actually that's the Cattle Road. It comes off the main road up here a ways in Corona, New Mexico. So anyways, yeah, Trump and UFO disclosure, that's a good question. What do you guys think will happen with UFO disclosure and Trump? Well, the UFO space is such a mess right now due to illegal domestic counterintelligence operations that are running amok in the whole UFO scene. I mean, just search for UFOs, and what you find back is a lot of crap. Oh, we're getting a lot of the FBI reports. So this is what's being reported in the mainstream, the real news. So there's all this guts happening at the FBI, right? And a lot of changes happening with the Trump administration coming in, really pardoning all the January 6th prisoners and then going after all the FBI agents that, went after the January 6th people and really tried to stage a political war against them and really abuse the authority of the FBI. And if you were working for the FBI at that time, this is domestic counterintelligence practices. This is what was exposed during COINTELPRO. If you don't know what COINTELPRO was, it was a document that was released to media and a number of other agencies and then eventually published. But we wouldn't have known about it if it weren't for a break-in at the FBI. Yes, during the Muhammad Ali fight, a number of students and some professors formed a group called the Citizens Committee to investigate the FBI. And they broke into FBI offices and stole documents from the FBI, which showed the presence of an illegal domestic counterintelligence operation that was actively being run by the FBI. Now, we know this sort of thing happens, and it's likely that this UFO working group that they're reporting on and all of the
this secret FBI group that probes UFOs. I doubt they're probing UFO cases or looking into UFO stories or information. Okay, what this UFO working group was doing is looking into UFO activists and also running this is counterintelligence ops, where they create a fake UFO group. They make sure that the UFO crowd and the UFO grifters are all managed, which it's kind of like it's been like a self-managing entity for a number of decades now, since Ancient Aliens really blew it all up on the television sphere and now all these other TV shows like Skinwalker Ranch, and now Jeremy Corbell's UFO TMZ UFO Revolution. These shows have really shaped the public's mindset on UFOs, and I think they all should be investigated along with this UAP working group, which there's more going on here, and I really hope that someone can go through the FBI offices and find evidence of all these types of counterintelligence operations, because as we know, the FBI, in addition to their raid on Bob Lazar's compound, so the Bob Lazar FBI raid, turns out that was for thallium. They were looking for thallium, and he claims, of course, that the FBI raided his office to seize alien fuel, or this element 115, and that's what Jeremy Corbell claims in his ridiculous documentary, full of lies and just distortions and omissions that he's never apologized for to the community, and seems to get away with completely for some reason. Again, the Bob Lazar, we've done extensive investigations into him, in addition to, other operations. But yeah, let's go back to that video and play that, guys. Hold on a second here.
Witness descriptions of the actual debris that was recovered from Mac Brazel's.
Being overheated, the strip began to crumble in my hands, creating bits so small that I could hardly see them through metal. Melted.
Completely untouchable by FOIA. It's time to get serious on real disclosure and real government secrets, and stop letting Pentagon counterintelligence agents lead us down a false path to fake disclosure, aka disinformation.
To make it, a mixture of metals needs to be melted in an induction oven, and the alloy is poured into a cool rotating copper wheel, where the metal immediately solidifies, creating a long strip of metallic glass. When the speed of cooling exceeds 1 million degrees Celsius per second, metal atoms don't have enough time to create crystalline lattices in the material, and thus there forms a non-ordered mixture of atoms, or in other words, glass made of metal. But when the mixture is cooled off longer, there form small crystals. By the way, you can see them well if you break in half an iron rod or a nail. It deforms because of such crystals, which create weak spots in between them. In contrast to nails, there are no crystals in metallic glass strips. That is why it's so hard to twist them out of shape. There is no room for atoms of metal to move around. Such a material is highly durable. Such material becomes much harder and tougher than steel. The only way to change the shape of my strip is to heat it to 3000 degrees Celsius. As a result, the atoms will rearrange themselves and create a totally new shape. For instance, I got a quite springy spring. If we heat up a piece of this material quite strongly, when cooling off, atoms will manage to create small crystals, making the end material extremely fragile. After being overheated, the strip began to crumble in my hands, creating bits so small that I could hardly see them through a micro lens. Fortunately, my alloy was ferromagnetic, or in other words, an alloy which is attracted to magnets. Thus, I collected most of the pieces and didn't get a splinter. In most cases, such ferromagnetic strips from metallic glass are used in manufacturing multi-layer transformer cores. This helps increase efficiency of transformers, as losses of the eddy currents in the alternating magnetic field are reduced. However, because of high production costs of such strips, most transformers of this new type are manufactured in China and India, the countries which produce most metallic glass. After conducting experiments with strips made of an amorphous metal, I accidentally saw an article in the internet about the company called Liquid Metal, which was started after a series of successful experiments with metallic glass in the California Institute of Technology. In 2003, this company developed its own alloy of metallic glass, and after that, it started using it for commercial purposes. Judging by the sources in the internet, their alloy is based on zirconium, and it is called Vitralloy 1, which is used to make a lot of commercial products. Some of those products included Vertu smartphone cases, memory cards with bulletproof cases, and even golf clubs. I decided to test some items from this list. After that, I was lucky enough to purchase at an auction a couple of new golf clubs made in 2004 from that same metallic glass. These golf clubs were supposed to be many times more robust than regular ones. That is why I could not wait to test them. To compare performance of the super alloy golf clubs with regular golf clubs, I also purchased 2 regular stainless steel golf clubs. When I got all the items, I noticed that golf clubs from these 2 different materials differ a lot. The one made of steel has a very noticeable crystal surface, whereas the one made of metallic glass looks smooth and even. By the way, their masses are the same, which will prove to be useful during tests. The only thing that caught my attention was that the layer of metallic glass was heterogeneous. Most probably to cut production costs, it was sprayed in a thin layer, and the rest was made of steel. I decided to run a trial with these golf, how well the ball bounces off their heads, like in this video.
3.
We can see that the ball bounces off the metallic glass surface much longer than of the steel surface, because the formation of amorphous metal is much smaller than that of steel, and most energy is transferred to the ball. First, let us see how the 10 mm in diameter steel ball bounces off a stainless steel pot. Because the ball is made of tempered steel, it easily made a dent in a less dense steel, almost having not bounced off it. For my experiment, I secured 2 golf clubs heads in a perfect horizontal position and started dropping the same steel-bearing ball on them from the height of 40 centimeters. From this footage, we can see that the ball bounces off metallic glass golf club slightly higher than from the steel one, although the difference isn't as significant as in the demonstrational video I showed you before. Based on 12 experiments, I found out that on average the ball bounces off the metallic glass golf club 10% higher, although these results are within the measurement accuracy.
That's General Rainey there posing with the phony wreckage of a weather balloon. Now, on the record, in our documentary, let me see if I have this handy. Jesse Marcel said on the record that there was so much of this material strewn on Mac Brazel's ranch, which had crashed July 2nd, that when he went there, it just was a sea of wreckage. And that Brazel was complaining that his animals would not walk through it, which I think is very interesting also. But he said it was an unusual kind of metal, and that the metal, you could crumple it up and then it would open back up, and then you couldn't cut it, you couldn't burn it, you couldn't dent it. There was nothing you could do. There have been depictions of that saucer crash there on the Brazel Ranch for years. Many of us know it, but actually the Roswell incident is much deeper than has ever been allowed. There are three major figures involved around the Roswell incident. Howard Hughes was called in, as we pointed out in the documentary. That's a very important piece because Hughes had his own knowledge around the UFO file. Lindbergh was called in, knowing so much about aviation. Wernher von Braun was there when Lindbergh was there. You know, these are the missing things. So many people have run around sort of saying, well, no, I believe this general or whoever, and they got into these groups who believed certain things. You know, the funeral director was lying or whatever. It didn't matter. The mass of people who saw the wreckage, massive people, massive witnesses saw bodies, massive accounts, family accounts passed down. Doesn't matter if one or two people said one thing differently or another. There's too many people. This is what happens. Now, in 1994, faced with all of the pushback around the Roswell thing, the Air Force decided to do their own sort of Warren Commission report on it to get it out of the hair. And they said, Roswell report, case closed. It was a weather balloon. And so these are the same people, remember now, who are supposedly saying, hey, you know, we got to figure out what those UAP are. It's the same group. And what they want to do is either keep the truth from the public or get the public to believe their truth. Another shot of Marcel there getting called in after looking at the real wreckage and it being asked to pose with this stuff.
Right.
One of the interesting things that
so the wreckage. Okay, let's go back to some sites here and just go over this real quick. So the wreckage was found out here in Corona, New Mexico, right off of Cattle Road B12. They set up a cordon all in that area, and they brought in a bunch of tank carriers, and they loaded this this stuff and onto tank carriers, and then they had a team of soldiers, about 100 men, lock hands like they do in a body search, when they're searching for a missing child or missing body. And they literally walked hand in hand, across the entire desert for miles, all out there, and collected and picked up every single last bit of debris that they could possibly find. And recovered all that, loaded it onto trucks on Mac Brazel's ranch, drove it up Cattle Road B12 out to the main road, and then back down the main highways to Roswell Army Airfield, where it was all loaded into, from the bomb bay, loaded into the same type of carriers that they use for the atomic bombs, and from the same classified bomb bays that they allegedly used for the same ones that they used for the atomic bomb, loaded onto plane and then flown from Roswell, New Mexico to Fort Worth, Texas. Okay. And taken out of Roswell, New Mexico, the most top secret Army air base, and flown to the U.S. Army's, basically the headquarters of the U.S. Army for in Fort Worth, Texas. In Fort Worth, Texas, the real footage was put on another plane and flown from Fort Worth, right, to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where the wreckage of Roswell ended up at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. Okay. So it went from Roswell to Fort Worth and then to Wright-Patterson in Ohio, where its final resting place was. Fort Worth, they showed the weather balloon off. That's where the General Ramey held the press conference and said, it's just a weather balloon. Nothing to see here. Meanwhile, the real wreckage went off to Dayton, Ohio, where Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is, and allegedly went into Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which this is the old Wright-Patterson. This is the new Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. But back in the day, it was just the old Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And of course, across the way, there's a lot of underground tunnels and activities. And apparently, the rumor has it that there was a big tunnel that led all the way over here from Air Force Base right here. Okay, let's just look it up right here. Right here is Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and then right over here, just off base in this empty field, which was an empty field back in the day. Apparently, they had a bunch of underground tunnels where they brought the Roswell wreckage and had a bunch of makeshift facilities out there, super secret, super secure, that they did the investigations in, a lot of it. And then certain materials, of course, were sent to Columbus, Ohio, to be looked at by metallurgy experts at Battelle over here in Columbus. But most of it was kept right there in Dayton for a number of years, at least until the 1960s, when they came along and must have moved it out of there for whatever reason. Of course, they built a Wright State University over that existing tunnel system. And the first building that they built on campus was, of course, Alien Hall. And Wright State University is the only university in the world that I know of that has such an complex network of underground tunnels connecting all the buildings. And it just seems almost unfathomable that these tunnels were built in the 60s by the campus for campus construction. It just seems almost for sure that these tunnels existed as part of the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base complex. I mean, it's right between the old Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and the new Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It just makes sense that the military had these tunnels beforehand and used them for something else throughout the 40s and 50s. And then in the 60s, suddenly they're like, oh, we're just building this new campus and this whole new Wright State University over this massive underground tunnel system. And it's just a normal, college campus where normal research goes on, right? And we now know about the story that I opened this up with, the story that got this channel shadow banned to all hell. And I don't know why. It's obvious that who the real journalists are, the ones who will actually report on this. Because this guy is a whistleblower, not like a real whistleblower, but because he didn't actually talk publicly. We just know that he got arrested and charged with bringing more than 100 documents containing approximately 25,000 pages of classified material at the secret level. And guess what? He was an employee at Wright-Patterson, the ultra-fast photonics lab, and he worked right there, right in this location on terahertz technology stuff, which is, we know from Tom DeLonge is, of course, related to the UFO propulsion systems, according to Tom, which is weird that this guy gets arrested and sent to prison for bringing documents home from the ultra-fast terahertz photonics lab, and nobody talks about it. And that my channel got super, super shadow banned for bringing this up. Anyways, Isaac Vincent Kemp case study. NASIC Air Force Research Labs. They're funding, they're funding a ton of stuff. Yeah, we're live right now. What's up? Any questions? Anyone have anything else that they want to bring up? When we talk about, people seeing, this guy, Randy Anderson. Oh, you know what I wanted to point out? I saw Dan Benkert here in the chat earlier. I wanted to bring up Michael Schratt's videos and play these. These are the next thing in our tour, because Michael did some really good videos revisiting this case. First one's an hour and 6 minutes, and the second part 2 is an hour and 26 minutes. But definitely, if you're going to be into UFOs and get some history on the egg cases, because he's going to do a whole thing on these egg cases too soon. He's got all the case files on UFOs from every library in history, man. It's amazing what Michael Schratt's put together. But I'm going to play this for you guys, and we'll let this one go. Here you are.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be with you. I'm back from the dead again. So the goal here is to keep the inspiration going. I'm going to continue to do these videos because I think it's important that we preserve our history here. So we will continue to preserve this important part of our national history. Now, tonight, what I've prepared here, and the title of this lecture is Edgar Fouche and the Secret of the TR3B. Now, this whole concept of the TR3B has been floating around ufology for 15 years now, minimum. I wanted to dive into the gentleman who really kicked this thing off, Edgar Fouche, that you see off to the right here. And I want to give you the background of where I'm getting this information, how I got into this, what was donated to my collection, and give you the references so you can verify this on your own here. So again, Edgar Fouche and the Secret of the TR3B. We'll do a quick check-in here. Occam's Razor, Pat Master Trash, looking forward to Michael. Chris Tyne, Hertz Zer, Third Phase of Moon. Okay, guys. Third Phase of Moon. Oh, I should point out that I was involved in Jim Goodall, and we had a few other people in his new Battle for Disclosure presentation that's available from the Cousin Brothers. So I want to give a shout out to them. Alex, Humberto, finally, I caught this live. Okay, well, I'm glad we're all here. Let's see where this goes. Now, this is going to be a deep dive into Edgar Fouche and the claims about this TR3B. There's too much here to do in one pass. I've already kind of vetted out the details here, but we're going to do a part 2. But today is part 1, and I want to set all this up so that we have the background on this. And let me go to the next slide here. Special thanks to Dan Banker. So Dan, if you're around, thank you, brother. Thank you. Who donated Ed's original slides to my aerospace UFO historical archives. So what you see here on the left is the actual slide carousel that Edgar Fouche used back in his 1998 International UFO Congress presentation. When Dan donated the slides to my collection, I thought, you know, let's scan those in at high resolution, and let's put this in a PowerPoint presentation, bring it up to 2024 standards, and let's delete the extraneous information, the redundant information. I found some things that were fragmented in his presentation, put that all together and include updated information, newspaper articles, brand new illustrations, and that's the result of this. Now, I've allowed to add his original link at the bottom here. So if anyone wants to follow along with Ed's original presentation, I've linked it at the bottom so you can verify what I'm talking about here. So just giving the background of where I got this information. All right, so a couple of quick bio points on Edgar here. He started out as a machinist making bombs for the U.S. Air Force, worked on projects for the Department of Defense for 25 years, was drafted into Vietnam conflict. 1967 to 1974, he worked at multiple Pacific bases. Expertise in intelligence, equipment, electronics, black programs, and cryptological applications. DoD factory representative. He was involved in engineering manager for multiple defense contractors on classified black programs, developing state-of-the-art electronic countermeasure systems. So this is kind of a brief background on what Edgar was involved in. Now, these are one of his original slides from his 1998 presentation. And this is just the type of work that he was involved in, electronic countermeasure applications. Let's continue on here. Edgar worked on multiple programs dating back to the 1970s, which are still classified. Edgar received over 4,000 hours of technical training from the U.S. government, which approximately half are classified. He spent 20 years working directly for the U.S. Air Force and the DoD. Let's continue on here. Edgar's involvement with stealth aircraft programs is still classified. So even to this day, Some of the programs that he worked on involving low observable aircraft are still classified to this day. Edgar wrote the book Alien Rapture: The Chosen back in 1994 to 1995 with information he gathered about classified programs from a very small group of 5 close friends, which were test pilots, engineers, and investigators. So who made up the group of friends that helped Edgar write the book? Who were these people? Who were these people? Let's continue on here. So one of Edgar's contacts worked for the Department of Energy and the National Security Agency as an investigator and had years of experience at Area 51. He was also a TREAT team member, Tactical Reconnaissance Engineering Assessment Team. He monitored employees who had Q clearances at Nevada Test Site, Los Alamos, and Sandia National Labs. So interesting person to be involved in this book project. Very interesting. Let's go to the next slide here. The second friend worked directly for the National Security Agency in the field of electronics intelligence and became a defense contractor after retirement. So that's friend number 2. Another of Ed's contacts was a former SR-71 pilot and test pilot at Edwards Air Force Base. So this is friend number 3. Let's continue on here. The fourth friend joined Ed in the Vietnam War. The fifth friend was a DoD contractor and electronics engineer. He worked on top secret development programs involving ECM jammers and infrared receivers. Let's continue on. Additional information from the book came from 4 SR-71 pilots, 2 U-2 pilots, 1 TR-1 pilot, and approximately 24 fighter bomber pilots. So in totality, it was this whole group of engineers, intelligence professionals, pilots, who all came together to form this book project. So a lot of different sources here. Now, Ed met with his friends at the Silver Dollar Saloon in Las Vegas to formulate a plan to write a book which could preserve their experiences dealing with top secret classified programs while also protecting their identity and security. One of Ed's friends related to him an in-flight incident that occurred in the 1970s, which involved a ball of plasma that circled the SR-71 while he was flying at 74,000 feet in Mach 3. So if you look at this picture here, you've got this blackbird, and then you've got this plasma orb. Now, in the report, it said that it circled around this SR-71 at 74,000 feet at Mach 3, so that's 2,000 miles an hour. It parked itself in front of the left inlet spike going 2,100 miles an hour. It should have been sucked right into this. And recently, we've been hearing about drones. We've been hearing about plasma balls. And I'm going to go to the next slide here. If you look to the left, you can see the arrow. That indicates the point where whatever this thing was, it parked itself right in front of that inlet spike. And with all the air rushing into the air inlet, that thing should have been sucked in there, but that's not what took place. This thing appeared to be under intelligent control. It was basically circling around this blackbird. Very interesting. The mysterious orb parked itself directly in front of the inlet spike of the SR-71. Just incredible, incredible. Let's continue on here. Now, since we're talking about these plasmoids, let's get into some details here. There are some, underline some, who conclude the following. They are a being, they are alive, they are aware, they are responsive, they have senses, they perceive. So this is what some people think that these things actually are. Let's go to the next slide here. So of course I started doing some digging here, and you come across this article, Journal of Modern Physics, October 28th, 2024. And I'm not going to read all the technical information here, but just this upper heading: unidentified anomalous phenomenon, extraterrestrial life, plasmoids, shapeshifters, replicons, thunderstorms, lightning hallucinations, aircraft disasters, ocean sightings. Now, there's a couple of problems with this document. Number one, it is not a peer-reviewed document. Number two, some of the names on this document don't exactly check out. Let me go to the next slide here, and I'm just going to go over some of the quick points here. So it says, as documented by NASA, space shuttle films and detailed in this report, self-illuminating pulsing Plasma-like UAP UFO plasmoids have multiple shapes and sizes, are attracted to electromagnetic activity, and travel at different velocities from different directions, making 90 to 180-degree turns, as well as colliding, intersecting, and piercing other plasma. Very interesting. Sounds exactly what we're hearing about today. It's very current. Let's go to the next one. What is a plasmoid? A plasmoid is a coherent structure within a plasma. A plasma is an ionized gas. They can occur naturally or they can be formed in a laboratory. Scientists do not suspect that plasmoids are sentient. There are no scientists that suspect that a plasmoid is a sentient being. So I'm just wondering, is there something about these plasmas that we don't quite understand within the scientific community because these things are following these high-speed aircraft? And I also want to highlight that this isn't the first time we've heard about these plasmoid spheres, okay? Let's go back into the newspaper clippings. Newcastle Sun, January 3rd, 1945. Foo Fighters are latest. Washington, Tuesday. Pilots flying over Germany at night report that strange balls of fire are following them around on their missions. They have christened these strange phenomenon Foo Fighters. So this is back in World War II, 1945 timeframe. This is what our allied B-17 and B-24 Liberator pilots were basically encountering on a daily basis here. These same spheres or plasmas or plasmoids. And I know there may be a German contingent to this, but I'm just pointing out that these were seen by our bomber pilots during World War II. Let's continue on. Now, back to our slide presentation with Edward here. The strange object departed the SR-71 when the aircraft reached the vicinity of Beale Air Force Base, home of the SR-71 in Northern California. After submitting his incident report, the pilot was told never to speak of the incident again. So when this Blackbird is getting ready to land at Beale Air Force Base in Northern California, whatever this plasma sphere was, skedaddle out of here. Like another function of intelligent design going on within this plasma sphere. Let's continue on here. Through his multiple contacts, Ed eventually collected approximately 24 accounts of plasma spheres interacting with military aircraft. So this is the first time this has happened. This has been going on for decades here. Beale Air Force Base loses SR-71 spy plane. Since we're on this whole concept of Blackbird, I thought we'd dig down a little bit here. So this is Press Tribune, November 22nd, 1989, the beginning of the closing down of the Blackbird program. Let's continue on here. The Atlanta Constitution, March 11th, 1989. And I've got the two things highlighted here. The Air Force announced last week that it was retiring its aging squadron of super secret Lockheed-built SR-71 Blackbird spy planes, successor to the fabled U-2, because of quote unquote defense budget priorities. Okay, that's what they're telling us here. Then it goes on, the second part here, the plane still holds world records for jet-powered speed and altitude at 2,193 miles per hour and 85,000 feet. Officials estimate that clipping the Blackbird's wings will save $300 million annually. So that's our number. The Pentagon figured, you know, let's do some cost cutting here. Let's get rid of the Blackbird program, and we'll save ourselves in tax dollars $300 million annually. However, in the bigger picture, in terms of the Pentagon spending, $300 million is absolutely pocket change to the Pentagon. That's equivalent to coffee in the Pentagon. So how do we know this? Because this is our latest report, November 17th, 2024. Pentagon fails seventh audit in a row, unable to fully account for $824 billion in budget. And they're crying about $300 million, and they lost $824 billion. What's wrong with this picture? Let's continue on here. Was there another aerospace asset waiting in the wings that could replace the Blackbird? So let's check back to everybody here. Crypto Alchemist, smash that like button. Michael Schratt is the man. Well, I hope so. We'll give it our best try, but we'll still stay humble. Ashton Forbes is talking about plasma spheres right now too. Yeah, that's like in vogue right now. We've definitely got man-made drones without a question, and we've got plasma spheres concurrently with the drone. So there's two things going on here. We know that. Sweet, I caught alive. Fox Mulder, Humberto, plasma is definitely the new age energy. Okay, good. Let's continue on. The commercial appeal, May 4th, 1986. Now take a look at what they say here. Aerospace planes taxi across drawing board. New hybrid engines may hurl commercial jets past Mach 5. And then in this little detail thing, they have New York to Peking in 2 hours. Now I'm going to go to the next slide and blow this up. And here you see the three different propulsion systems that they're talking about here. So on the bottom, you've got your standard turbojet. So that's your F-15s, your F-14s, your F-18s. That's your turbojet. Up at the top, you've got your ramjet. So we're now getting into the Pratt & Whitney J-58, which was the propulsion system for the SR-71 Blackbird and the A-12. In the middle, you've got the scramjet, that supersonic combustion ramjet. And we're talking about Mach 5 and above, and we're talking about no moving parts. So if you want something very fast, you need to be within the scramjet parameter here. And the goal of all of this is to have a military asset that can be anywhere in the world in less than 2 hours. That's the goal in all of this. Let's continue on here. Lewis Center helps plan rocket plane. 12-minute New York to Los Angeles flights are foreseen. The plane dealer, December 7th, 1985. So what I'm doing here is I'm setting the stage for the aerospace contractors in the middle of the Reagan administration, that they were already working on this technology. And we've got the Reagan buildup. We're going to talk about this. Let's continue on here. Now, let me bring you to Kelly Johnson. Jim Goodall is a very good friend of mine. He attended a lecture that Kelly Johnson delivered back in 1983. And I'm going to hit you with two of the quotes here. Number one, we have the technology today to travel Mach 16. And then the other one, speed costs money. How fast do you want to go? So if you want to go Mach 3, we can do it. You want to go Mach 6, we can do it. You want to go Mach 16, we can do it. Speed costs money. How fast do you want to go? Now, of course, I had to do some calculations. How fast is Mach 16? Turns out it's 12,276 miles an hour. That gets you within the criteria of anywhere in the world in less than 2 hours. So at the minimum by 83, we could do it. It's just a money issue. We could do it. So the technology is there. Let's continue on here. How is the US military going to get the funding for all these hypersonic aircraft programs? So you've got defense contractors building this. You've got another one over here. They're making test vehicles. Things are going on at the remote test site in Nevada. We've got things going on at Groom Lake going down the runway here. How are you going to pay for all these multi-billion-dollar programs? Well, enter the Reagan defense budget, right? The buildup between 1981 to 1985. We had a 4-year crescendo of absolutely massive military buildup spending within the Reagan administration. Now, which I'm going to get in part two, but a significant number of classified aerospace programs were funded by siphoning off funding from the Star Wars SDI program. That's how a lot of these things were funded. So basically, if you were a defense contractor back in the early 1980s and you had a new program that you wanted to get it funded, you basically got yourself a blank check and it was funded. That's what they could do back in the Reagan administration. So this is Newsweek, June 8th, 1981. Let's continue on here. Now, back to Edgar Fouche's presentation. He talks about, and you can welcome to follow along on the link I presented in the beginning here. He talks about the Roswell debris. So I'm going to take you to the morning of July 3rd, 1947. Off to the left, you've got Mac Brazel. Off to the right, you've got 7-year-old Timothy D. Proctor. Now, this is the morning of July 3rd, 1947. He talks about 3 different types of debris that were seen on the Foster Ranch. I'm going to go to the next slide here. And our 3 types of debris are as follows. Number 1, we had debris that was very thin tinfoil-like material that could not be cut, could not be burned, could not be dented with a 16-pound sledgehammer. That's number 1. Number 2, we had different types of material that you could crinkle up in your hand, and when you let go, It basically rolled out like liquid mercury and then settled down to the table. That's number 2. Number 3 were various lengths of small cross-section I-beams with hieroglyphic type writing on the inside of one of the walls. That was basically the 3 types of debris. Let's continue on here. Plasma physics, Rosetta Stone for a new source of energy and propulsion. Let's continue on. General Dynamics. So another one of Ed's friends who worked for General Dynamics in Fort Worth, Texas, described a top secret classified program he worked on during the mid-1960s, which involved a plasma accelerator, specifically dealing with gravity warping techniques. So here you've got General Dynamics working on a gravity warping technique program in the mid-1960s. So I wanted to see if I could dig up any evidence to verify any of this. I'm not just going to go on someone's opinion. I want to see if we can verify this. So I started doing some digging here. Now, Ed's contact described working with a foil-like material that consisted of 12 layers of material less than 10,000ths of an inch thick. Very similar to the Roswell debris. It was as flexible as a trash bag, but virtually indestructible. It could not be pierced, burned, or cut. The only way the material could be sliced was when it was super cooled, and then a large electrical charge was then applied. After that, it was cut by sliced with a laser cutter. This material was then used to line the inner portions of the accelerator, which contained the mercury-based plasma. The plasma was then cooled to superconductive temperatures, rotated at 45,000 RPM, and pressurized to 150,000 PSI. Instruments placed within the center of this accelerator exhibited a 50% loss in weight attributed to the reduction of the gravitational field. So in a nutshell, now we're talking about some very exotic technology here. You've got a liquid mercury plasma. You're pressurizing it to very high PSI. Then you're rotating it at 45,000 RPM, and there's a 50% loss in weight. Could that technology be applied to aerospace assets that were procured during the early Reagan administration buildup? That's what we want to talk about. Let's continue on here. So let's do some digging. Wichita Falls Times, July 26, 1964. And it says, search for new energy source 7 years old. And we'll go to the next one here. We'll go to the next slide here. See if I can get this thing to work. Okay. Same article. 10 Texas private electrical companies began the research in a hunt for cheaper electricity and limitless source of power. Joined with them is General Dynamics. So it's beginning to check out here. So Edgar talks about his friend who worked for General Dynamics in the mid-1960s on a gravity warping technology experiment with General Dynamics. This is exactly what this article is talking about here. Their work in 7 years has taken them into the world of plasma physics and into experiments with a bottle whose only sides are a magnetic field. So containing this plasma, yeah, that's what they're doing. Let's continue on here. Northwest Arkansas Times, October 8th, 1971. It says, university adds new members to faculty. I'm going to blow this thing up. Dr. Alan V. Larson, associate professor of physics, who comes to the university from General Atomics Corporation, where the past 2 years he had been group leader of the electromagnetic pulse analysis section from 1961 to 1969. He was with General Dynamics Corporation's Plasma Physics and Propulsion section, serving from 1965 to 1969 as chief of the section. So here's a guy who actually worked on these programs. That's checking out. And then I ran across this article. This is General Dynamics Convair Division, NASA, development of a coaxial plasma gun for space propulsion. I'm going to go to the next one here. So here you can see the inside page. Again, NASA Lewis Research Center, Cleveland, Ohio, the date April 1965. So the documents are verifying what Edgar Fouche was telling us in his 1998 presentation here. All right, let's continue. This is from the Bill Scott collection. New Scientist, October 2000. We're talking about this plasma again here. This is, I think, an interesting article. They can reduce drag repel shock waves, and make jet fighters vanish? Will plasmas start an aerospace revolution, or are they just another mirage? Continue with the article here. But there are more clandestine applications. The way plasmas interact with radio waves around aircraft is causing more than a little excitement in the secret world of military aerospace research. Could they provide the ultimate invisibility shield for stealth aircraft? Hint, hint, hint. Other researchers have found that plasmas can dissipate shock waves from supersonic aircraft, stifling troublesome sonic boom. So what are they talking about? They're talking about charged plasmas being used as an invisibility cloak, and they're talking about charged plasmas helping to attenuate sonic boom footprints. Interesting. Let's go on here. So then I got this collection from Bill Scott Collection. This is Electroaerodynamics and Supersonic Flow from the Northrop Corporation. The same corporation made the B-2 stealth bomber. So this is January 22nd to 24, 1968. And this is the front cover inside. I'm going to blow up the abstract on this one so that we can find out what's going on here. The research presented in this paper pertains to the effects of electrostatic fields on a charged flow of fluid about a body. The phenomenon was studied with wind tunnel tests and a hydraulic analogy tests. The results indicate that electrostatic forces can alter the flow pattern of a fluid, and it may be possible to attenuate the sonic boom. In addition, if the sonic boom is decreased, there may also be a wave drag reduction. So again, what they're talking about here is this electroaerostatic charges they're putting on this, attenuating and eliminating the sonic boom footprint. Here's the wind tunnel test results. I'm going to go one more here. So this is back in 1968, they were working on this technology. My question is, using charged plasma fields and electroaerodynamics, the F-22, the F-35, B-2, and B-21 could achieve supersonic flight without causing a sonic boom. Is that what's been going on here under the cover of classified black budget programs, basically procuring from the Reagan buildup? Is that what was going on? Are they making some of these aircraft supersonic with no shock wave, no sonic boom? Is that what they've been doing here? I want to explore this here. Could some of those aircraft be using this technology? $1 trillion train wreck. How the F-35 hollowed out the United States Air Force by Bill Sweetman. Very interesting. We're talking about trillions being poured into the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program. Now, I should mention that my conclusions don't necessarily line up with what Bill Sweetman is talking about, because I like to go kind of on a different slant. I like to take a more documented, well, he's done a good documentation on this, but I take a little bit more of a different approach on this, and we'll think about this. But I just want to say that my results may not necessarily line up with what Bill Sweetman is talking about here. But I want to give him credit for his publication. Burlington Free Press, June 30th, 2013. F-16 plane co-designer to speak in Burlington. So who are we talking about here? Spray calls the F-35 a shockingly bad warplane. So here we have Pierre Spray. The F-35, Spray said, is so poorly conceived that every plane purchased will be a detriment to national defense, both because of its poor design and because its high cost will drain resources from other Pentagon programs. The new plane, which has struggled with design and production issues, is described as the most expensive weapon systems ever built. Can you believe that? Former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates was a critic of the program's expense. Frequent critic Senator John McCain, representative from Arizona, in remarks on the Senate floor in December 2011, pointed to the rapidly rising costs of each plane and of delays in production, and called the F-35 program both a scandal and a tragedy. Wow, big words, big words. Let's continue on here. Fort Worth Star-Telegram, September 18th, 2018. At home as well as abroad, skepticism of F-35 persists. It says the latest dogfights took place in the past week. A former Pentagon official involved in the development of the F-16, F-18, A-10 aircraft in the 1970s said in influential defense publication that the F-35 is a dog. And they continue on here. Newspapers in Australia, where the government's plans to eventually buy F-35s are subject of intense political debate, reported that the planes were quote unquote clubbed like baby seals in computer simulated war games conducted by the US Air Force. Oh, that doesn't sound good. They were clubbed like baby seals. The wording on this is just really severe here. Is that what's going on? Calgary Herald, March 21st, 2012. U.S. watchdog slams F-35 cost overruns. So a lot of this controversy going on with the F-35. My question is, and this is what I want to raise here. Have we all been played for fools regarding the F-35? All this negative press on the F-35 program, was that all a diversionary tactic? Have we all been played here? Did a certain aerospace contractor use the F-35 as a sacrificial lamb to cover the cost of its real capabilities? Is there something very significant and secret about the F-35 that Congress and the American people have not been informed about? That's my question. I mean, they poured over $1 trillion into this thing, and we've got all these reports of problems. And is that all a setup? Have we all been played here? Let me check back into here. Let's see. Ad Astra recordings, counter-rotating magnetic fields. Yes. Occam's razor. Some of this describes a bubble outside of time of field. Yep, that checks out. Field propulsion craft. Running costs and maintenance requirements of F-35 are insane. Yep, that is correct. Tarek Reed, OG Tarek from Philly. Salute Michael Schretz. Smash the like button. Cool, good, with you. All right, let's continue on here. Now, these are a collection of quotes from President Donald Trump, okay? You can't see them. The F-35 jet, which is almost like an invisible fighter, even if it's right next to it, it can't see it. It's very tough to beat a plane when you can't see it. Nobody has the equipment that we have. So this is President Trump. Does he know something about the F-35 that we don't know about when he says you can't see them? Is he only talking about radar stealth, or is he talking about something else here? Is that what he's talking about? Is the invisibility cloak depicted in the Lord of the Rings series strictly fantasy, or has the technology progressed to make it a reality and integrate it into the 5th and 6th generation stealth aircraft? Is that what's going on here? Let me continue on here. In other words, is Wonder Woman's invisible jet just a pipe dream? Is it just science fiction, or is there something else going on here? Let's continue on. So then I ran across this document. Interesting. The Cheshire Jet, harnessing metamaterials to achieve an optical stealth capability. Timothy E. Beers, Major U.S. Air Force, Air Command and Staff College. Optical stealth capability. Interesting. Let's go on. How cloaking works. To make something invisible, the nature of visibility must be understood. Electromagnetic radiation can have wavelengths from thousands of kilometers to tiny fractions of the size of an atomic nucleus. Specifically, and of the interest to this discussion, visible light consists of relatively high frequency short wavelengths, 10 to the 14th minus or 10 to the 15th hertz, and 400 and 750 nanometers, respectively. We see objects in this spectrum because light is absorbed by and reflected off matter, which in turn hits our eyes. So they're talking about the visible light spectrum. That's what they're talking about here. That's the key to this here. Let's continue on. This research will characterize the recent advances in metamaterials. So that keeps on popping up. Edgar Fouche talked about metamaterials in his presentation, and highlight both the benefits and challenges to U.S. Air Force for obtaining an optical stealth capability. Conclusions drawn from this research will help shape DoD investments and metamaterials. So now they're talking about metamaterials being involved in conjunction with an optical stealth capability. That's what these documents are telling us. Let's continue on here. Metamaterials and transformation optics. This is Air Force Research Laboratory, July 2011. And in their publication here, they've got these charts and graphs. The figure in the lower half of the plane shows the scattering from a 3D cloak. And you can get into all the equations if you want to. Now, I got to be honest with you. I can't understand all the theoretical physics and all the equations going on, but I try to understand what's going on below those with the text, and that's what I want to highlight here. Constitutive parameters of metamaterial structures used for invisible cloak realization. So this is back in October 2013, Air Force Research Laboratory. So again, second paper talking about optical stealth capability. Let's continue on. Now, within that publication, you've got these diagrams, and you can go through this entire publication document, and it goes into the interworking experiments on what they discovered with this cloaking device. Let's continue. Metamaterials' new invisibility cloaks make fighter jets invisible. Some metamaterials can bend visible light, infrared radiation, through a novel optical material that effectively means they could act as an invisibility device, according to the CCTV broadcast. Those materials are now being manufactured by an assembly line and will be used to help further China's aviation industry. So here you've got China working on this. We have America working on this. What are metamaterials? In this case, we're talking about composite metals and plastics that use artificial geometry to influence the wavelengths in electromagnetic radiation, as well as elastic waves and sounds. Some metamaterials built using nanotechnology can also be used as super strength materials. In fact, optical metamaterials have already been used to demonstrate invisibility by redirecting visible light around itself to avoid reflection. Hence their frequent reference to the popular fiction of cloaking in Star Wars, Star Trek, and Harry Potter. So here again, this metamaterials, electromagnetic type visible light spectrum, and optical cloaking with stealth. Let's continue on here. New metamaterial yields invisibility for aircraft and drones. Electrical engineers from the University of California have created a new ultra-thin metamaterial that could provide a cloaking device and make UAVs, in other words, drones, invisible. The new material creates invisibility and leaves no electronic, infrared, or visual signatures for enemies to detect. So is that partially what's going on that we've been seeing the last couple of weeks? Are they using UAVs and drones with this technology where they're coming in and out and they're cloaking? Is that what is actually going on here? Let's continue on. By scattering electromagnetic radiation in the visible, infrared, or radar spectrum, such metamaterial will be able to render a coded object undetectable in these wave frequencies by forcing light or radar waves to bypass the object's surface through coding, which effectively cloaks the object. Absolutely. Let's check in here. Crypto alchemist, I make metamaterials, shape-shifting metals, drones. What about on-condition time travel? Perhaps. Let's continue on here. Now you see it, now you don't. Blinding us with science, the next generation of stealth. Researchers are examining ways to blur an aircraft's outline by using a recently created branch of nanotechnology known as metamaterials. This thing keeps popping up. This is something that I think we all should be familiar with. The advancements in metamaterials are key to the understanding here. Ordinary metals, plastics, and other materials are combined in a way that alters their response to light, heat, radio waves, and other forms of electromagnetic radiation. In particular, researchers discovered that metamaterials can bend light in ways that no naturally occurring material can do, even backwards. It's that ability that could allow a coating of metamaterials to smear an airplane's outline. That's it right there. That's it right there. Using metamaterials to bend light to smear an aircraft's outline. Oh, that's it. That is it. That is essentially what we're talking about here. Metaskin truly cloaks objects' form for radar. Over the past few years, we've seen incremental advancements in cloaking devices and materials. There was a biocompatible silk-based material for invisibility in the terahertz range, plus the neat light manipulating lens system for seeing through objects. So again, they're talking about this type technology. It's all within this documentation. Now, from Star Wars to Star Trek to science, BAE Systems' latest offering, BAE Systems Invisibility Cloak. BAE Systems' latest offering, the Adaptive Invisibility Cloak, follows the high-tech active camouflage model, concentrating on masking the infrared spectrum in a unique way. It also holds the potential to extend this ability into other parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. So what I'm doing here is I'm laying the groundwork that, in point of fact, yes, we've got technical documents, we've got Air Force Research Laboratory, we've got scientific papers talking about this stealth cloaking, optical cloaking technology here. Could military planes be getting invisibility cloaks? Air Force General calls on defense industry to develop Star Wars style device. A general in the U.S. Air Force is calling on industry to develop cloaking devices inspired by Star Trek to protect his fleet of tankers and cargo planes. The technology could alter the plane's radar image so it appears to be in a different location or is hidden altogether. That's the perfect wording. That's the perfect wording. Let's continue on here. So where am I going with all of this, right? There's got to be a reason why I'm presenting these articles. We'll do a quick check-in. Let's see. Should check out my metamaterials. I make aerogel. Oh, okay, good, good. I also make nanotube nanoatomic structure. Excellent. So where am I going with all this? Okay. Let me bring you the attention of this email that I got from a gentleman. I will not release his name. I will not release his contact info. So we'll keep this under wraps. This is a couple of years ago. This is what he writes. Michael, so I talked to a worker at Hill Air Force Base and he gave me a tip. I pursued it as far as I can. You have better sources and contacts, so I want to pass it on to you. He said the F-35 has a big secret, and he pointed me to a quote by President Trump's comments on, quote, "We have invisible jets." What he told me was that he wasn't talking about radar invisibility. That was all he gave me. It's not electrochromic paneling, but has to do with laser machine coatings of metamaterials and a gold sphere applied to the top of billions of micro-pyramidal shapes. Then a charge is applied across the coating of the aircraft, and what I suspect happens is it creates an optical invisibility above a certain altitude. Hopefully that's a good tip for you to follow. Maybe you can confirm it. Well, the articles that we just talked about were dealing with metamaterials, coatings, optical stealth capabilities. So this person who is a worker at Hill Air Force Base, this is checking out. It's checking the boxes here. Let's continue on. This is the same source. He had an interesting encounter that I want to bring everyone's attention. And we'll go through this relatively quickly here. Michael Schrett, I need your help. I'm so completely baffled by what I encountered yesterday. I just don't know where to start. This was not a UFO, but a jet that was exhibiting very strange counterintuitive features and technology. First, I need to explain where I live and what I was doing when I had the encounter. I live roughly 1.5 miles away as the crow flies from Hill Air Force Base in South Ogden, Utah. I was out jogging. There's a trail roughly half mile directly north of the base and the landing approach runway. This trail follows along I-84. You can look on Google Earth to see what I'm talking about. It's down a little canyon. If you don't know Hill Air Force Base, well, it sits on a hill, hence the name, I think. So here's the crux of the story. I was running directly west along this path. The sun was going down, but it was still light. I was running through AM areas of trees when I heard a sound that sounded like two rather large electric engines. I'm sure you know the sound I'm talking about. As I got into a clearing, I saw two jets hovering at no more than 150 feet off the ground between the center dividing line of the highway. There wasn't any traffic, so I could clearly hear and see these two jets. The divider line is about 25 to 50 yards wide. What threw me off is the jets did not sound like jets, and I'm very familiar with the jets at Hill. These two were absolutely not F-35s because they clearly had two engines on each aircraft. They were so close to the ground that I could see the pilots making hand gestures. They were clearly talking to each other. This jet looked like a more sleek version of the F-22, lower profile, smooth rounded edges, looked smaller and more compact, but I'm not sure of the actual size comparison. So it gets more strange. They were hovering, making a higher pitch electrical-like sound, not typical jet engines. The thrust vectored nozzles were not pointed down. I'll repeat, they absolutely were not pointed down. This left me really scratching my head. They sat there for about a minute and a half hovering. I was kicking myself because I had forgot my phone back in my gym bag in the trunk of the car. I had left the gym and went to go on my daily running. It gets even more crazy, whether you want to believe this or not. I'm still here doubting what I saw, but it was definitely getting lower light, obviously still visible, but I could have sworn that there was a bluish hue around the craft, but I don't know whether it was because of the lighting or I just don't know. Either way, what do you make of this? Have you heard of anything similar? All right, so in a nutshell, this contact lives near Hill Air Force Base in Utah. He's going on this jog, and then he comes across what looks like very advanced, sleek versions of the F-22. They did not have their thrust vectoring nozzles pointed down. It's kind of like in Harrier mode, but they're not Harriers, and they're not F-22s, like a much more advanced one. Now, they were two of them side by side, hovering about 150 feet off the ground. They were making an electrical noise, not a jet noise. So that's in a nutshell what this guy's talking about. Now, in the public domain, we don't know of any advanced F-22s that can hover, but within the black world, was something being tested at Hill Air Force Base? So, of course, I didn't leave it here. I asked this gentleman, can you draw for me a rough pencil sketch? I mean, tell me what this thing looked like. Show me. I want to know what it was look like. And so he did. So here's his drawing here. And this tracks with something else. Now you can see he's got this line going around the outer profile of the craft. He says blue hue, very subtle blue hue. We'll go to the next one here. And now you can see them side by side. They were hovering 150 feet off the ground right next to Hill Air Force Base. So I wanted to see, can we do a color rendering of this thing? So I came up with this. Now it's probably not perfect, but just gives you an idea of what this thing actually looks like. We go on and use his sketch as a guide, and we go into what the military industrial complex, defense aerospace contractors are actually doing. And you come up with this. This is like one-to-one comparison to the original witness sketch. It's tracking. So something like this apparently was seen near Hill Air Force Base. Let's continue on here. Now, back to Edgar's presentation. YB-49 Edwards Air Force Base. From 1973 to 1976, Ed worked on aircraft programs at Edwards Air Force Base. The B-2 stealth bomber was tested at Edwards Air Force Base. Let's check in here. I live in a base housing at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and I was outside about 2 weeks ago, and I saw this exact craft. Sounds much different than a normal jet. Okay, so we got a secondary source now that apparently saw something very similar, and it wasn't making a jet noise. So now we got independent confirmation. No telling what they test and fly. Absolutely. Do these craft have weapons? Do you think of some type? I'm sure they do have weapons. Laser rays, yes, a YF-23 or that notoriously public shy YF something. Yeah, okay, good. Recovered craft, according to witnesses, cannot be weaponized and cannot be piloted. Perhaps. A skin made from micro LEDs or similar, this is Roger Pierce, similar tech actively cooled from behind might offer effective infrared invisibility with projection of a variety of outward appearances, even no glasses 3D. Okay, good, let's continue on here. Now, the B-2 stealth bomber was rolled out November 22nd, 1988. Some of the newspaper reporters that were invited to the rollout, and this is the B-2 stealth bomber, November 23rd, 1988, this is the newspaper clipping. When they wrote their report, they said that the stealth bomber, Darth Vader in shoulder pads. That's how this was described. Others described it as Darth Vader peeking over a fence. And it does look like Darth Vader peeking over a fence. So just demonstrating what, this very early revealing of the B-2, that's what this thing actually looks like. Now we move on to Northrop Grumman B-21 Raider. Official rollout December 2nd, 2022. Let's continue on here. Los Angeles Times, December 3rd, 2022. New B-21 Raider makes its grand debut. Okay. Now, if anyone's interested in this kind of research, I highly recommend going to Air Force Plant 42 Blackbird Park and then going up to Edwards Air Force Base, where you can drive all the way down. So if you take the 14 north, you go past Palmdale, you go past Lancaster, you take a right turn, you're heading toward Edwards Air Force Base. And just before you get to the entry gate, you as a public citizen, you have every right to go right up to that area. They have something called Century Circle there, where they have the F-104, they have different F-102, F-106, different aircraft that you can walk around. But on the way to Edwards Air Force Base, and this was seen there before, you've got this absolutely huge Northrop Grumman billboard sign here, and it says, "It's detectable until it's not." It's detectable until it's not. I wonder what that means. Are they talking about detectable in stealth, as it being a stealth aircraft? Or are they talking about something more going on than just low observability here? What is Northrop Grumman trying to tell us? Are they only referring to radar stealth? Let's go on to the next slide here. That brings us to invisible aircraft, Popular Science, May 1997. And what are they talking about? They're talking about daytime stealth technology, using electrochromic panels, taking an image of what's in back of the aircraft, electronically transferring it onto the top side, allowing it to blend in with its background. That's what they're talking about there. We're discussing technologies where you don't have to wait for the sun to go down, like in Desert Storm. Now we can do the same missions in the daytime. So let's go into what they talk about here. This is the blow-up article. Disappearing Act. Future stealth aircraft, such as Lockheed Martin's proposed Joint Strike Fighter, in other words, the F-35, might use visual stealth to blend into the sky. Sensors would measure the sky's brightness and hue, and electrochromic coatings applied over a white skin would change shade to match the background. That's exactly what we're talking about here. So back to Edgar's presentation. Other aircraft tested at Edwards is the XB-70 1964. Continue on. Edgar worked on the following aircraft programs. So F-111, F-15, A-10, F-16, and B-1. So instead of me just telling you what the programs he worked on, let me show you the programs that he actually worked on. So we have the F-111. This was a controversial aircraft. Overweight, underpowered. They had congressional hearings about this. There was a lot of battles going on in Congress, but let me hit you with the quote here. There isn't enough thrust in Christendom to fix this plane. 3-star U.S. Navy Admiral Thomas Connolly during 1968 congressional hearing. So, I still like the F-111. It's retired now, but interesting aircraft. Let's continue on. Now, Ed did a lot of work on the F-15 Eagle. Next slide. He worked on the F-16 Fighting Falcon. Next slide. He worked on the A-10 Warthog. We'll continue on here. He worked on the B-1 bomber. So these are different programs that Ed had worked on. In the summer of 1976, Ed moved to Nellis Air Force Base and spent 3.5 years working on F-15 electronic countermeasure equipment. So this was a lot of what he was involved in. Now, eventually, he got a call to go to Area 51 Groom Lake. And you can track this all with Edgar's PowerPoint, his slide presentation. Ed maintained a top secret crypto clearance and spent time working at Area 51. Let's continue on here. Now, what was a daily schedule? Ed would wake up at 4:30 in the morning and board a blue-colored Air Force bus with blacked-out windows, which would take him to Area 51. There were 28 other people on the bus, including 2 security guards with M16s and a bus driver. All personnel on the bus were specifically given 3 words: do not speak. So you've got this highly oppressive environment in this bus with blacked out windows. You've got 2 security guards there pointing with M16s, and you don't know exactly where you're going. But you can see how this oppressiveness, when you're working on these programs, and these guys don't play around. You're not allowed to talk to anyone on these rides. So this is what Edgar's involved in here. Now, so August 17th, 2013, CIA admits Area 51 exists. So from all this time in the past up to 2013, they've finally acknowledged that Area 51 exists. But we only heard this back in 2013. So for all these years, all these people who worked at Mercury, who took the bus, and then other locations around the Nevada test site, they would bust themselves in, but they couldn't talk about what they were working on, where they were working on it, all up until 2013 when they finally acknowledged the existence of Area 51. Let's continue on. Now, if anyone wants to get a very good handle on exactly what's going on at Area 51 and get the entire historical legacy about the base, the beginning, Lockheed's involvement, Kelly Johnson, test pilots, classified programs, Peter Merlin has done the absolute best publication on Area 51 called Dreamland, The Secret History of Area 51. This is about a 3.5-inch thick volume. It's 5 pounds. It's absolutely excruciatingly well lit. So I want to give credit to Peter Merlin for anyone who's interested. Let's continue on. U-2 spy planes. We're talking about programs being tested at Groom Lake. U-2 spy plane first flight took place Area 51 on August 1st, 1955. SR-71 first flight at Area 51 on December 22nd, 1964. Let's continue on. Have Blue first flight, Area 51 on December 1st, 1977. So this is the precursor technology demonstrator prototype to the full-scale development F-117 stealth fighter program. This is a 3/4 front view looking on the bottom of the aircraft, and we've got the control tower. You've got the Groom Lake mountains in the background, and we've got the chase plane off the left wing of the Have Blue prototype. Now, when Have Blue vehicle number 1 and Have Blue air vehicle number 2 crashed, they were buried at the test site, never to be seen by human eyes again. And so we have the burying of the Have Blue prototypes. They're gone. We're never going to see them again. Now, how do we know this? How can we prove this? Because Elko Daily Free Press, April 5th, 2001, secrets buried at Area 51. So you've got classified aircraft programs buried at Area 51. You've got aerospace assets that didn't quite turn out the way they wanted to, and they swept the funding and the program under the carpet. They buried those. They buried the flight suits that the pilots wore on these programs. They buried those. And then they took technical engineering documents and 3-ring binders associated with classified programs. They dug these entirely huge long trenches at the test site, and they threw radar absorbent material with toxic chemicals into these pits. They poured diesel fuel inside these burn pits, and they started burning all of this. You've got the radar absorbent materials, you've got the chemicals and coatings, you've got the aircraft in there, you've got the 3-ring binders with all the technical documents. They burned all of it up. And that's this smoke that was hovering over the residential area, causing all sorts of lawsuits. We've already heard about this, but just backing up what was going on here. So secrets buried at Area 51, Elko Daily Press, April 5th, 2001. Let's continue on. Now, on the lower left, you've got Have Blue. On the upper right, you've got the F-117 stealth fighter. Now, you can see some similarities here, but the inward canted vertical stabilizers are going toward the center line. F-117 kind of has them going out, and it's a bigger aircraft. So just showing you the difference between the two programs here. Let's continue on. F-117 first flight at Area 51, June 18th, 1981. We're talking about ancient history here now. These programs are so legacy now, and we're wondering, are there any programs that have been procured, designed, tested, and flown at Groom Lake that have never been dislodged or released into the public domain? We want to talk about that. Let's check in. Wayne, thank you for all your hard work on the topic. I thoroughly enjoy your presentations. Thanks, Wayne. Cods and Mayhem. Do you know why they named it Janet? Joint Air, I don't remember the acronym. Mark Z. Hammer. I suspect after someone's daughter. Okay, possible. Salute Michael, Metal Hedrix. Occam's razor. Janet stands for just another non-existence terminal. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Let's continue on. Now, this is another Edgar Fouche slide, and he was kind of bringing out the point that, yes, the F-117 does look like a flying saucer in a front view silhouette. Let's continue on here. How did Lockheed secretly transport the F-117 from the Skunk Works building at Burbank Airport to Groom Lake? Now, what I've got here is a top view, aerial view looking down of Burbank Airport. This is the former location of Skunk Works before they moved it up 94, 95 to Palmdale. If you look at the right of the picture where I have the white star, that's where the Skunk Works hangars used to be. So that's where all this went down. So how did they move the F-117 from Burbank up to Groom Lake? Well, in the Macon Telegraph, December 14th, 1986, it's a dark secret in California skies. So what this article talks about is the massive C-5 transport cargo aircraft would land on Friday nights late at night at Burbank Airport. Then it would taxi up onto the tarmac near the Skunk Works hangar. All the lights would be extinguished in the Skunk Works hangar. And then they had two 18-wheeler tractor trailer trucks, one on either side, that were used as perimeter blocking screens so that people on the chain link fence that were looking into the area could not see what was going on. And they started loading sections of the F-117, the forward fuselage sections, the wings of the craft, and then other wooden cradles and crates were specifically designed to carry and house other components that were loaded into the C-5. So let's go on to the next slide. You can see here's the C-5 with the cargo bay door opened up. They brought all the F-117 components in this thing. A C-5 cargo aircraft would land at Burbank Airport at 10 p.m. on Friday nights. Upon arrival, all lights associated with the Skunk Works building were turned off. The C-5 would taxi up to the aircraft hangar, and two 18-wheeler trucks would provide cover to protect the loading of the F-117 from prying eyes stationed along the airport's chain link fence. That's exactly what was going on here. What other top secret aircraft have been flight tested at Area 51? And I think at this point, we will conclude part one of this presentation. And on the next presentation, I want to go into what other aircraft may have been tested at Groom Lake. We're going to get into the two-stage to orbit space plane Dark Star program, Black Star program. We'll talk about Edgar Fouche's TR-3B and the historical legacy of that. And then I'm going to wrap that up with a never before seen full color illustrations of the TR-3B by my good friend Joseph Wraith. So I want to thank you for everyone being with me. I'm going to go do a final check-in here. Carl, hello. Tuning in late. Good to see you, Michael. Wow, almost 200 washing. Wow, I've never had 200. Okay, great video. Great. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to Sweden. Didn't Ebb claim to have been at S4? He talks about S4. Third phase of moon. Thanks, third phase of moon. So everyone have a good holiday season. We'll check back with you. We'll do a part two, and we'll have some world exclusive surprises for you. Thank you, everybody.
Rocket scientist Wernher von Braun remains a controversial world figure even today. There's no doubt about it. 36 years since his retirement from NASA and almost 29 years since he departed planet Earth, which he considered a spaceship, at the age of just 65. Warts and all, this German-born engineer and scientist, physicist, and one-time enemy of the United States and its allies, this former card-carrying Nazi party member, still stands as an intriguing, dynamic, very complex human being. I'd like to share with you some lessons learned from his example and from his life experience, and after introducing him a bit further to you. You may clearly notice, I'm using some notes, unlike these other presenters who did so well without them. And I'm flying with no PowerPoint presentation, but a very bright and very seasoned lady reporter told me, a newspaper reporter many years ago, Bob, writers should never, ever speak extemporaneously. That they tend to just go on and ramble all over the place. And then when they get done, they think they can come back and edit and clean it all up and it'll be all right. Well, I took her advice and she was quite right in cases of people like me. And before I do continue, I want to extend a large good luck on NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, which, according to the last newspaper story I read, is supposed to go into Martian orbit tomorrow. So Godspeed on that project. Wernher von Braun was the superstar of space of his day. He had a passion for life as well as for rocketry and space exploration, and it shone through in all his work and in all his communications. He helped turn much of his lifelong dream into reality, beginning in Germany and then for fully half of his life in America. Just being around Dr. von Braun was enough to give one an inferiority complex. He did not appear to seek to do that. It mainly just happened, although he did hold back very little. He was anything but a shrinking violet or a wallflower. And he did, however, seek to be on very friendly, he was very approachable and accessible in most situations, to be on friendly speaking terms, generally with people at all levels. Engineers, janitors, technicians, bureaucrats, politicians, secretaries, even journalists. Hard to believe. He knew and he remembered the names of many people within his sphere. This was the director of NASA's George C. Marshall, a great enemy of his in World War II, Space Flight Center for the first 10 years of its life. And earlier, he was the civilian technical director of the U.S. Army's Space History Making Ballistic Missile Agency and other Army agencies, all at Redstone Arsenal for 20 years in all. And before that, of course, he was the German Army's very young missile technical chief. I began getting to know Dr. von Braun casually in 1957, which tells you how old I am.
Hello, it's good to be with you. This video is going to be part 2 to my part 1 Edgar Fouche TR3B flying triangle. So this is going to be a part 2 here. This video is going to be a little bit longer. There's quite a bit of text in here. There's a lot of reading in here. I generally don't like to go down that road, but for historical purposes, I thought we'd get this thing down on paper. Let's get it down on video so that we can come back to it later. I want to get everything all in this part 2, so it'll be a little bit longer. So let's go ahead and continue where we left off on part 1. What other top secret aircraft have been flight tested at Area 51? And let's continue on here. So what you're looking at here is a letter from John Andrews to Ben Rich dated 14 August 1981. I mean, think about how long ago this is. This is a long time ago. Now, John Andrews was the senior project design engineer Testers Model Corporation. A gentleman, the highest quality that you can find. This guy was the best of the best. If it wasn't for John Andrews, we would not have the secret aircraft research community. He was the one who started all of this. So let me just read this here. It says, Ben Rich, your crew responsible for 2 very strange birds leaving at dawn just at first light from George Air Force Base. One white, one gray, said to be very Lippish-like. Good acceleration, good climb. Don't loiter around George and not seen for rest of day. Attached sketch may or may not be accurate. Could it be code 85 birds might be into a base as relatively open as George Air Force Base? Could it be that would be that the last place eyes from other side would look for them? Could it be that's why they are there? So here's a case where we've got, it looks like 2 aircraft taking off from George, which probably could be later on tested at Groom Lake, but absolutely. So off to the left, you've got John's sketch per the eyewitness testimony. So let me go to the next drawing here. And here you see what these things actually look like in flight. So this would be the pair. Now take a look at the configuration. You've got this blended wing configuration, the wing root to fuselage joint. You've got air intakes up on the top, so you're reducing your radar cross signature. You've blended this in. Now, one thing that would show up is the vertical stabilizer. That absolutely would show up. Let's go on to the next one here. So new black aircraft observed, sighted August 4th, 1999, Rachel, Nevada. So this is right around Area 51. And I'm just going to go over the bullet items here. Craft flew parallel to Highway 375. Seen by 8 eyewitnesses at 10:30 a.m. Craft was followed closely by a T-38 from behind and to the left. The aircraft was described as being coal black in color with a length of 150 to 180 feet. The craft was observed for 8 minutes at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 feet. So this is what their witnesses are reporting here. So it is known as the big F-117. It appears there's something out there lurking in the shadows that might be called the big F-117, much larger than our traditional stealth fighter. Let's continue on here. Another aircraft that's allegedly been tested at Area 51 is the so-called flying artichoke. So this is kind of orders of magnitude more stealthy, low radar cross section than the original F-117. The entire trailing edge of this thing has this staggered or sawtooth trailing edge, even more so than the F-117. Let's continue on. Now, what evidence do we have of any of this for the flying artichoke? And we'll do a quick check-in here. Let's see here. Roger Murray. We have Terrain Earthlings. Alex, hello from Wisconsin. Crypto Alchemist, Roger Murray. Alex, Bird of Prey. Edgar Fouche called Jeremy Rice, alien scientist, and Marshall as helicopter ride to Area 51. Okay, let's continue. So let's go on here. The flying artichoke has been seen at Holloman Air Force Base and Air Force Plant 42. So reference is Popular Science, December 1994. That's where I'm getting this information. Now, they've got this somewhat simplistic top view looking down, and you've got these spires sticking out of the trailing edge of this craft. Very low radar cross, probably orders of magnitude lower RCS than the F-117. Let's continue on here. Letter to Ben Shermer from John Andrews, dated August 31st, 1984. It says, Dear Ben, sketches below are 85% correct for one of the stealth designs, also highly modified F-16s with stealth characteristics being flown from Edwards Air Force Base, North Base location. Okay, so here it is again, Edwards North Base location. Now take a look at the simplistic views kind of on the bottom. You've got a 3/4 right view, you've got a front view, then you've got a top view. So you've got almost like winglets coming up. You've got this blended fuselage. You've got air intakes on the forward section here. Let's go to the next slide here. And this is Rudy's drawing that gives you a real good idea what this thing looks like. Just did a great job at extrapolating the details. So single pilot, upward turned winglets. You've got air intakes on the upper side, so you're definitely going to reduce your radar cross signature. And then they probably got some type of coolant to reduce the thermal signature coming from the exhaust off the back of it. So this is drawing by Rudy. I want to give him credit. Here's Joel's full color rendering, and it's great, you know. So Something is absolutely going on at Edwards North Base Complex. You can bank on it. Something is absolutely going on. Let's continue on. Super secret classified aircraft programs are test flown out of Edwards Air Force Base North Base Complex. So yes, it is correct. We've got an absolute large history of black aircraft programs at Edwards North Base Complex. Continue on here. Hangar at Edwards North Base Complex for storage of classified aircraft and other assets. So I wonder what could be lurking inside these old hangars at the North Base Complex. People in the know who work at the test site, Edwards Air Force Base, they know. Some of the people who have been cleared for these programs, they know what's going on here. Let's continue on. Now, the bar inside Area 51 called Sam's Place, this is something we already knew. It was here that Ed heard terms such as Lorentz forces, pulse detonation wave engines, cyclotron radiation, quantum flux transduction field generators, quasi-crystal energy lenses, and EPR quantum receivers. So this is the type of terminology that Edgar Fouche was hearing when he was in Sam's Place. And so there's absolutely some bar talk, there's some chatter, definitely engineers who are working on black programs, they shared some ideas, they shared some terminology, and this is what I want to highlight in this slide. Let's continue on here. After returning home from Area 51, Ed wrote down everything he saw and heard and touched in his personal logbook. So that's where he's getting this information to draw from the resources of what he heard inside Sam's Place and personal application at Edwards North Base Complex. Okay, Ed's NSA source mentioned to him details regarding an unmanned reconnaissance aerospace vehicle that was launched from a B-52. The craft was boosted into low Earth orbit. Ed's source stated that the craft was remotely piloted and that communications were made using the DOCL system at Groom Lake, the docile system, direct orbital communications link. So here's one instance of an unmanned classified aircraft that was air launched from a B-52. So there's got to be other programs going on at Area 51 that use this docile system as well. I wonder what those could be. Let's continue on. When seeking advice about writing the book from JAG lawyers, Ed was informed that as long as he didn't mention any specific names or provide details regarding programs he worked on directly, he could write about anything he wanted. So that's the underlying foundation of how Ed was able to write about these programs. This is the slide that describes it here. Okay, one of Ed's friends, who was an SR-71 pilot and stationed at Kadena Air Force Base, Okinawa, described a very interesting encounter in 1973. While flying back from North China Sea, he encountered a shadow over his cockpit and his avionics systems failed. He described seeing an oval-shaped craft approximately 300 feet across. For the next 10 minutes, the mysterious object moved around his aircraft. So here you've got another supersonic SR-71 traveling Mach 3.1, 2,100 miles an hour, high altitude, 1973. And then you've got this oval-shaped, 300-foot-long shaped craft flying around the Blackbird. Who's got the technology? Who's building this? Is this extraterrestrial intelligence, or is this something man-made? It's a blue-on-blue situation. We don't want to discount that. We want to exhaust every conceivable man-made explanation before we jump on this ET bandwagon. Let's continue on here. In 1977, there was an F-15 crash that occurred within the Nellis Range. The aircraft flew into the side of a mountain during a routine functional check flight. The sergeant that worked for Ed recovered the heads-up display film canister, which showed a large oval object very close to the F-15. Just before the crash, the pilot contacted the Nellis Air Force Base control tower and stated the following, quote, "This extremely large thing is over my aircraft." 3 seconds later, they crashed. So this is from Ed's original slide presentation. Now, I wanted to see if I could verify this crash. I wanted to see, is there any paperwork or documentation that indicates that something like this actually occurred, or can we get any record of this craft whatsoever? So I started digging. And here's what I came up with. This is flightsafety.org. And they've got, here we have crash December 6, 1977 in Area 52, Tonopah test ranges near Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada during ACT mission. Both crew, Lieutenant Colonel David Jacobson, Commander 433rd Fighter Weapons Squadron, and Colonel William Hilton Walter III, Medical Doctor, Commander of the hospital at Nellis Air Force Base, were killed. So it checks out. There was such a crash of an F-15. And then if we're to believe what Ed is telling us, they saw something right over the canopy, and then 3 seconds later, they crashed and killed pilot and co-pilot and backseater. So something strange is going on with our military aircraft. Something is following, pacing, chasing our aircraft. Is it one of ours? Was this a mistake? Was this an accident? Or was this something else? At the very least, something is going on with our fighter pilots here. Nevada, the conspiracy state. The federal government is the second largest employer in the state. 18,000 military and 20,000 contractors. So yes, checks out. I mean, we all know about Groom Lake Area 51, but the amount of workers that are going on here and multiple locations, you've got TTR, you've got Groom Lake, you've got Nellis Range, you've got 20,000 contractors. Absolutely, this is where we want to focus in on. Let's do a quick check-in here. Renee Cruz. Awesome machine. Imagine what is classified 2025. This is 50-year-old now. Yeah, absolutely. Covert clandestine. His highness. Dark Star requesting flyby. Great. Okay, let's continue on here. We'll continue on. According to Ed's NSA source, EG&G was responsible to the DOE and NSA for reacting to sightings of UFOs and crashed vehicles and recovery of alien artifacts. Well, we've known for a long time that EG&G was responsible for a lot of the day-to-day operations at Groom Lake. Now here, they're saying that they're responsible for reacting to sightings of UFOs and crash retrieval vehicles. Yeah, this is something new we haven't heard about. So we need to drill down further into what exactly EG&G was doing in these early 80s up to late 90s timeframe. This is something that needs to be looked at. Let's continue on here. Richmond Times Dispatch, March 7th, 1990. U.S. jet set record on last mission. So this is the closing down of the SR-71 program. Area 51 has the longest runway in the United States. You can land a space shuttle at either end and still have 5,000 feet in between. You need a long runway for an aircraft that takes off and lands at very high speed. So yeah, why would you need a runway that if you landed a space shuttle on opposite ends, you'd still have 5,000 feet in between? Obviously, we're talking about a high speed Delta configuration, high landing speed. You wouldn't want that for operations at Groom Lake when you are operating such a craft here. Let's continue on. Now, this one's important. According to Ed's sources, 35% of the funding for President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative program was siphoned off and reallocated to fund a family of highly classified, top secret black budget aerospace programs. The program to develop these vehicles started in 1982. Okay, so this, I think, is a Rosetta Stone. What we're talking about here is one of these examples where the government robbed Peter to pay Paul, is what they're doing here. So you've got the SDI program, and we're siphoning off programs from the Star Wars program to fund these other black aerospace programs that have still not been declassified. I think it checks out. I think it, and we can set a precedence. We can do some paperwork and digging and check into this. And I think I will go to the Reagan Library and drill down into SDI. Like, where did the funding go? What other programs did SDI fund? We know that a lot of billions of dollars in research and development funding was procured and sent into this program. What other things as an offshoot program were funded under SDI? That's what I want to find out. Okay, so Time Magazine, April 4th, 1983. Defending Defense, Budget Battles in Star Wars. So here's the beginning of this Reagan buildup. This is checking out with what Ed's talking about and his sources, that Yes, billions of R&D went into this. The question is, was some of that money siphoned off to fund these other programs? Let's continue on here. Abilene Reporter News, March 5th, 1990. Rumors flying about Mach 5 spy planes. So here we've got 1990. Let's continue on here. The Mach 5 hypersonic reconnaissance spy plane was not called the Aurora. Let me repeat this. The Mach 5 hypersonic reconnaissance spy plane was not called the Aurora. Now, how do we know this? Okay. Because if we go into Ben Rich's book, Skunk Works, and we drill down a little bit here, let's see what Ben has to say about this. The funding for the competition came out of a secret stash in the Air Force budget. A young colonel working in the Air Force Black Program Office at the Pentagon named Buzz Carpenter arbitrarily assigned the funding the code name Aurora. Somehow, this name leaked out during congressional appropriations hearings. The media picked up the Aurora item in the budget, and the rumor surfaced that it was a top secret project assigned to the Skunk Works to build America's first hypersonic airplane. The story persists to this day, even though Aurora was the code name for the B-2 competition funding. Although I expect few in the media to believe me, there is no code name for the hypersonic plane because it simply does not exist. So what Ben is telling us is that the code name Aurora was the procurement funding for the ATB stealth bomber competition. That's what's talking about here. Let's continue on. Codename Aurora was actually referred to their procurement funding for the ATB stealth bomber competition, which eventually ended up being the B-2 stealth bomber. Let's continue on here. Now, this is from the desk of Ronald Blackburn, okay? I won't read all of this here, but there's some interesting points that I want to highlight here. And if you look on the right column, it says US UFOs, green streaks, and the black budget. Okay, let's continue on. Speeds like a flying saucer. Next, General Tony Tolan, who flew F-117s in the Gulf War, said Pentagon spending for secret airplanes is needed, and there, quote, there are other black programs. Meanwhile, the Air Force officially denies any such aircraft exists. Has said that 50% of all UFOs will turn out to be US super secret aircraft. So here we've got F-117 pilot talking about other black programs going on. I wonder if some of those programs could be funded from the SDI program from Ronald Reagan's Star Wars. Is that a possibility? Let's go on here. The SR-75 went operational after 2 years of flight testing in 1989. This is all from Edgar Fouche's original presentation. The SR-75 is a hypersonic strategic reconnaissance mothership. It can deploy its smaller parasitic aircraft space plane, which can be anywhere in the world in under 2 hours. The space plane carries multispectral optical, radar, infrared, and laser. Okay, let's continue. The bottom of the aircraft stands 10 feet off the ground. The SR-75 utilizes 2 methane LOX high bypass turbo ramjets under each wing. Width is 98 feet, speed Mach 5, first flight 1987, length 162 feet, altitude 120,000 feet, first operational 1989. Pilot, electronics, weapons, and launch control officer, reconnaissance officer. So you've got 3 people up on the front of these, and it's the launch control officer who sits facing backwards, and he's the liaison between the mothership and the parasitic aircraft. Let's continue on here. This is another one of the slides from Edgar Fouche's presentation, SR-75. The parasitic aircraft that sits on top of the mothership is called the XR-7 scramjet and rocket propulsion. The smaller space plane launches satellites for the National Security Agency that weighs 2,000 pounds. So here's John Andrews' model, and what he's showing is his concept for a parasitic aircraft that sits atop the mothership. So you've got this 2-stage orbit space plane system that John Andrews has designed here. One of Ed's friends claims to have seen the SR-75 XR-7 at Groom Lake. He also claimed that the development for the aerospace system dated back to 1975. Let's go do a quick check-in. Cloudy with a chance of UFOs. Evening, Michael. Hope you're well. Roger. So the SR-71 is the Aurora. No, the SR-71 is not the Aurora. What did you think of Edgar's book, Alien Rapture? I thought it was a good book. I thought there was more that could be done, but generally a good book. All right, let's continue on here. Evansville Press, November 4th, 1993. Model maker unveils new stealth spy plane. Defense group denies real one exists. So here you've got John Andrews, and he's highlighting his great model here. And you see the parasitic aircraft coming on top. So right around the same time frame, Ed's getting this information. He's putting 2 and 2 together. And now we've got evidence suggesting that there is, in point of fact, a 2-stage to orbit space plane system. Let's continue on here. Another good shot of John Andrews with the mothership. I really miss this guy, and so does Jim Goodall. These two were great friends, and they were friends for decades. So I want to tip my hat to John Andrews, who started all this research. Let's continue on here. Here's SR-75 with XR-7 Thunder Dart, designed by John Andrews. And this is really great shot. So you can see the forward shine section. You've got the canards up in front. They can be swept back for high-speed flight. You've got the pilot, you've got the co-pilot, you've got the launch control officer. He's the liaison between the mothership and the parasitic aircraft. You've got these 16-foot tall winglets coming up from the Delta configuration, and then this pylon where the parasitic aircraft sits on top. Let's continue on. This is a 3/4 aft view, and we'll continue. 3/4 aft view. This is at eye level, and you can see these massive ports off the back here. And we'll do one more. This is John McNeil. This is very early illustration. What I'm seeing here and the information that I'm getting is that it looks like there were 2 systems. There was one where they had the parasitic aircraft sitting on the top of the aircraft. And then there was another one where the craft was airdropped from the bottom of the belly of the mothership. That appears to be what may be going on here. Let's continue on here. How do we know this? Well, here's Aviation Week Space Technology, March 6, 2006. I want to give credit to Bill Scott, who had been tracking this story for 16 years. He finally put enough evidence together to write this article, and it was an absolute bombshell, went all the way around the world. So I want to give credit to Bill Scott for this. Here's John Andrews' drawing of the mothership for the SR-75, and you can see the different fuselage stations, the locations. He's got kind of a front view here. This just shows you some of the layout of the craft itself. This highlights the parasitic aircraft sitting on top. Now take a look at that sharp leading edge, okay? If you're screaming by at Mach 8, would you have such a pointed edge? I think we want to modify this. I think we need a little bit more of a blunt nose configuration, because you're going to have that whole leading edge burn off at Mach 8, Mach 12. So just going over some of the configurations here. Let's continue on. So here's the top view looking down. We've got a side view here. This is another John Andrews drawing, and he did a great job. So I want to give credit to John Andrews. Let's continue on. This highlights the configuration. He's got these ramjets up on front with these inlets that probably move forward and aft, just like the A-12 and the SR-71. Let's continue on here. John Andrews with stealth fighter model from People magazine. Alone and without stealth, John Andrews makes child's play of the Pentagon's most secret weapon. So this is in the mid-80s time frame, where the whole rage was about stealth aircraft. John pieced this story together from eyewitness testimony, from Aviation Week Space Technology, from Jane's Defense Weekly. He was looking at trade publication. He knew that there was a stealth fighter being tested, which was Have Blue, 1977 at Groom Lake. And he started piecing this together. He knew that this was a low radar cross-section configuration. It had tricycle landing gear. It had twin inward kind of vertical stabilizers. It had to fit within the cargo bay of a C-5 Galaxy. So when he put that all together, he came up with this model, and it went ballistic. They had congressional hearings where they had this model on display, and people were saying, how can a model builder figure out about what's going on here? And we as congressmen and senators
We don't have a need to know about these black programs. And when that congressional hearing went public, this model sold over 1 million copies. So it was the highest production purchased model in all of history, essentially, right under the General Lee. Let's continue on. Tempest in a toy box. The stealth fighter is so secret that Pentagon won't admit it exists. John Andrews shocked everyone by building a model of it. To tell the truth, he says it wasn't all that much trouble. Los Angeles Times, October 19th, 1986. So here's John Andrews in his office, in his element. And I certainly miss this gentleman. He was of the highest caliber, and we owe him so much gratitude. Let's continue on. Here's Jim Goodall and friends John Andrews. So these two are just the best of friends. And John was such a great gentleman, and Jim Goodall is my good father figure. Let's continue on here. So putting all the information that we got together from everything that Bill Scott put together, all of his paperwork, all of his documentation, all of his newspaper clippings, his sighting reports, I put this drawing together based on Bill Scott's information and all his resources. I'm just going to rip through this real quick. We'll look on the left-hand side. Now, this is the Black Star two-stage to orbit space plane system. So if you look on the upper left, you've got pogo landing gear. You've got a stubby vertical stabilizer. You've got these exhaust grates coming off the back. You've got two what look like shotgun shells that you can load in a solid rocket booster. Okay, let's go off to the right side, front view. You've got these spoilers. That's talked about. I've also included the pogo landing gear legs. We've got folding wing tips. Now, if we go to the left top view, you'll see there's this protective thermal section on the leading edge. That's something that's talked about. You've got the Q bay for satellites. You've got rods from God. This is depleted uranium rounds that don't have any type of warhead. It's just by velocity alone they can take out. So you've got 4 linear aerospike engines. This is still on the top view. Now, looking on the bottom view, you've got thermal ablasive, thermal protective tiles taken directly off the space shuttle. That's talked about. On the bottom of the space plane, it looks just like the space shuttle. Now, there are chines or grooves that are milled into the bottom of this thing by McDonnell Douglas. They were subcontracting out for the overall contractor. Now, one of the witnesses said that some tiles were missing. This would be on the right wing. On the bottom here, it looks like it's on the left wing, but that's actually on the right wing. So side view on the bottom, you've got the Q bay, you've got the seat ejection system. That stubby vertical stabilizer was covered with a tarp when it was seen by a transient F-15 pilot. I've also got the skids here on the bottom, and then we've got the solid rocket booster that is loaded like a shotgun shell into the aft ports of the parasitic aircraft. So this is my kind of 3-view drawing here. Let's continue on here. Now we want to go to the mothership, and we'll do a quick check-in here. Flubber Lane, good to see you. Brendan Harding, yes. Rods from God, yes. His Highness, go to New York City, A-12 Blackbird on deck of the Intrepid. Yes, I've been there, and yes, very good. Continue on. So here's the mothership for the two-stage to orbit space plane, known as the SR-3. Now, the smaller plane was known as the XOV, Experimental Orbiter Vehicle. This is the SR-3. Looked like the vintage XB-70 from the 1960s. We'll go over this here. So we've got specifications, carrier for XOV, wingspan 120 feet, length 200 feet, max speed Mach 6, power plant, this is key, 6 General Electric J93 variable cycle pulse detonation wave engines, range 6,000 miles, ceiling 150,000 feet, first flight 1988, weight 275,000 to 300,000 pounds, white, gray, black, number built 2, question, operator, CIA, NRO, contractor, Boeing, Rockwell International. So if you look on my top view, you can see these canards that retract. Now, I've got multiple witnesses that said that not only do these canards retract, but they have winglets on them. and I know this is true. I spoke to a witness who absolutely saw winglets on the canards. The whole craft is white in color. It has kind of this black leading edge. Let's go to my views on the left here. And what I've done is I've done a cross-section view where I've actually dug into the bottom of this thing, allowing a cavity for the parasitic aircraft to sit up inside. So if you look at my side view, I've got view AA. That takes you to the bottom view, and that shows you where the parasitic aircraft actually sits inside. So again, pilot, co-pilot, launch control officer, and there's a dorsal ridge that runs along the length of the top of the craft. Let's continue on here. So I want to give credit to Mark McCandlish. He did a great job on this. I asked him to do a 3/4 front view looking on the bottom of the aircraft. Again, credit goes to Mark McCandlish, and the estate of Mark McCandlish gets credit for this. And what you see here is the massive SR3 mothership. And what we're looking at here is a massive air intake splitter, kind of like the XB-70, that divides off into the 6-pack. So you've got 3 on one side, 3 on the other side of the center line. You've got these 16-foot tall winglets. You've got the sections that are dark in color along the leading edge and on the chine. You've got the winglets, and then he's got the parasitic aircraft being airdropped from the belly of the mothership. So credit goes to Mark McCandlish. Let's continue on. Here is Thomas Bogan. He did a really great job. Now this is via transient F-15 pilot, Speedy unloading at Holloman Air Force Base, February 14th, 1994. Now, something happened. Something absolutely happened at Kadena Air Force Base. There was a mishap, there was a malfunction where the parasitic aircraft rammed up against the belly of the mothership. It made an emergency landing at Kadena Air Force Base, loaded into a C-5 and flown all the way back to Holloman Air Force Base. So this is February 14th, 1994. And if you see here, you've got the linear aerospike engines off the back of it. You've got the shotgun shells ports for the SRBs. You've got the outrigger landing gear legs. And then you've got this tarp partially covering the stubby vertical stabilizer. That's what was talked about from eyewitnesses who saw this thing being unloaded at Holloman Air Force Base. Let's continue on. So I took all the information together, the drawings, the sketches, the newspaper clippings, the sighting reports, everything from Bill Scott, sent it all the way over to the Philippines, and they came up with this model that I commissioned them to do. And I want to credit them. They did a great job. This is factory direct models for us, so it's a shout out to them. So you've got the white color, you've got the air intake, you've got the darkened leading edge, you've got winglets on the canards, pilot, co-pilot, launch control officer. Let's do another view here. This is a 3/4 aft view, kind of looking about a 20-degree look-down angle. We've got that chine section. We've got the ridge that runs along the top section of the craft itself, and then these absolutely massive winglets that were seen by multiple eyewitnesses. This is almost a direct side view, but at about a 30-degree look-down angle, and we'll do a couple more here just to give you an idea. Now, I also had them design and build for me the parasitic aircraft, and I specifically asked them to put magnets in both the parasitic aircraft and the mothership. So this thing is magnetically attracted to the bottom of the aircraft, and it actually sits up inside. And they actually have the thermal resistant panels in there. They've got the grooves that are talked about. And if you read Bill Scott's 2006 article on the Dark Star, you'll see that all of this is represented within Bill's article. It's all talked about and highlighted in Bill's article. So this is what the cavity looks like on the mothership. And then I'm going to go one more forward here. And now you can see the parasitic aircraft sitting up inside that cavity here. Okay, so in terms of technology and propulsion systems, the space shuttle is equivalent to the fossilized remains of a T-Rex. Why are we still using solid and liquid rockets? Saturn V, Space Shuttle, SpaceX. So that's a good question. Why are we still using these obsolete liquid rockets, solid rockets? We've got the Saturn V Apollo program. We've got the space shuttle. We've got Elon Musk. He's still using liquid rockets. Why is he using liquid rockets? Has he not been clued in? Has he not been read in on black programs and that there are much better and more efficient ways to get into space without using solid and liquid rockets? Has he not been clued in, or are we all being played here? Let's continue on. Check in here. Hadley Scott, hey, Epic Info, Boston Deadhead. Ivan Lar, found Michael through Richard Dolan's podcast. Great work he's doing. Let's see, Tomorrow Starship. Okay, so let's get back to Edgar's presentation here. Now, there are two versions of the TR-3B. The prototype measures 200 feet across. The production version measures 600 feet across. The TR-3B is a high-altitude stealth reconnaissance platform. This is all from Edgar Fouche's presentation. Next one. The code name for the TR-3B is called the Astra. This terminology dates back to the ancient Sanskrit texts of ancient India. That I thought was interesting. Let's continue on here. The first flight of the TR-3B was in the early 1990s. The craft is nuclear powered and funding was procured from President Reagan's SDI or Star Wars program. So I'm highlighting this again. According to Edgar Fouche and his sources, the funding for the TR-3B program came from Reagan's Star Wars program, the SDI program. Let's continue on. By 1994, there were 3 operational models built at the cost of $1 billion each. So is that where the money went? Some of the money from SDI? Did that get funneled into this TR-3B program? The TR-3B's outer coating is reactive to electrical radar simulation and can change reflectiveness, radar absorptiveness, and color. The polymer skin, when used in conjunction with electronic countermeasures, can trick radar receivers. Ooh, so now we're talking about radar invisible stealth, radar absorptiveness, and color. So now we're on a different level completely here. The circular plasma field accelerator ring, called a magnetic field disruptor, or MFD, surrounds a rotatable crew compartment. Sandia and Livermore Laboratories developed the reverse engineering magnetic field disruptor, or MFD. So here, I think, is a very critical Rosetta Stone slide. Here he's talking about Sandia and Livermore Laboratories as being laboratories that reverse engineer the propulsion system. That's key. So what other top secret classified propulsion systems did these 2 national laboratories work on? We need to drill down on these 2 organizations. What is their real history? What programs were they working on, let's say, mid-1980s to mid-1990s that we don't know about? Were they actually involved in reverse engineering propulsion systems that went into the TR-3B? We need to drill down on this. The plasma in the accelerator is mercury-based and is pressurized to 250,000 psi at a temperature of 150 degrees Kelvin, which is minus 189 degrees Fahrenheit, and accelerates at 60,000 RPM to create a superconductive plasma with a resulting gravity energy. The TR-3B utilizes 1 multi-mode thruster mounted on each corner. So just giving you background of how this thing actually works here. The MFD generates a magnetic vortex field, which disrupts and neutralizes the effects of gravity on mass within proximity by up to 89%. With the vehicle's mass reduced by 89%, it can travel at speeds up to Mach 9 vertically or horizontally. So if you're reducing the way that gravity affects on mass, you're also reducing your G-forces. So pilots can make these absolutely incredible high G turns, and they're really only feeling 11% of the Gs. That's how they can get away with it. So when you see these UFOs making these 90-degree turns at 40 Gs, it's no problem using the magnetic field disruptor. Let's continue on here. We'll do a quick check-in. Let's see. Custodian File Dragon. Inertia. Would the centric force like a gyro interfere with the movement? Fast to us, but slow to them. Okay, let's continue. The mass of the circular accelerator and all the mass within the accelerator, crew compartment, avionics, MFD systems, fuel, environmental systems, and nuclear reactor are reduced by 89%. So yes, within this field, the crew compartment, the avionics, the MFD systems, fuel, that's reduced by 89%. So that's how they're getting away with this. And I'm sure they're employing this technology in more than one configuration. Let's continue. So I posed a 20-question flyer to Edgar Fouche, and I asked him all these different questions, and he actually replied. I can't believe it. He actually replied. He's no longer with us, but I sent him a list of 20 questions. He answered all of them, and I'm going to rip through these real quick. This is a little bit labor intensive and text intensive, but I just want to get this all down on video for historical purposes, and we'll rip through these quickly here. Who is the primary contractor for the TR-3B? Edgar Fouche. Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop, Teledyne Ryan, managed by NRO, NSA, and CIA. There were a number of major defense contractors involved to keep different parts of the R&D compartmentalized. 2, what company was responsible for building the propulsion system MFD on the TR-3B? He didn't answer this one. I don't know if he missed it, but for some reason he didn't answer this one. 3, what was the date of the first flight of the prototype for the TR-3B? They built a lot of different prototypes from the early 1970s on. I believe the first gravity warping vehicle, Triangle, was flown in the early 1970s. 4, how many different sizes of the TR-3B were built? Approximately 250 feet for the prototype, and 3 were flying before 1994. The operational model was supposed to be 600 feet. Never saw a large production model, only saw them over Edwards Air Force Base, Air Force Flight Test Center, and Nevada. What military facility were these craft being kept? Other than Groom, it's probably kept underwater or in the Antarctic, don't know. So here we've got possible USO. Yeah, you could store them there. What is the overall mission of the TR-3B? Logistics support and transportation for the secret space program. If used on a planet, moon, or large outpost, you would have a ready-made transportable space station. Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's continue on. Does the TR-3B carry any weapon systems on board? I have no knowledge of its weapon systems, but the 3-letter agencies in the military love adding weapons. How many crew members are on board during a typical mission? I believe it was a minimum of 4 for the prototype. Please explain how the magnetic field disruptor works. See below. How is the craft capable of making 40G turns and abrupt stops? Ask Warren. So Warren was a friend who was a great physicist and mathematician. What type pilots fly the TR-3B? Air Force or contractor? Both. But the military pilots are Navy and U.S. Air Force and graduates of their own test pilot school, like Air Force Flight Test Center at Edwards Air Force Base. Many astronauts were the top test pilots in our military, the top 1% for sure. What type of navigation system is used on the TR-3B? Advanced in Atmosphere Nav Systems, Celestial and Star System Navigation Systems, C3 systems. Of course, it would have double or triple communications, navigation, IR, ILS, TACON, radar, ECM, electronic countermeasures, and ECCM systems. What type of flight control system is used on the TR-3B? Variable vectored intake and thrusters on the edges, and advanced multi-mode propulsion engines on each tip of the triangle. Let's continue on. What type of power sources of the craft? Okay, 2 nuclear reactors. So you've got the magnetic field disruptor, and then you've got 2 nuclear reactors flying over our American cities and the world during the Reagan administration and beyond. What type of materials used to build the TR-3B? Advanced composites, metamaterials, and titanium. So here's this metamaterial pops up again. How many total TR-3Bs were built? Prototype, at least 3. Don't know about operational model or many variants that have come since. Was the TR-3B the same craft that was seen over Belgium in 1989 and Southern Illinois in 2000? I believe it was the final prototype, or perhaps earlier R&D FOTE and model. So here you've got Ed stating that the Belgium Triangle Wave 1989-1990 was the TR-3B. 18, what is the total cost per each TR-3B? In 1990 dollars, it would have been about $1 billion. I assume the operational model would be 3 or 4 times that. Does the TR-3B have a payload bay? Never noticed one, but obviously they would have different egress and ingress points. Has the TR-3B been flown outside our solar system? Wouldn't even venture a guess. Why not? How is the TR-3B capable of exceeding the speed of sound without causing a sonic boom? I believe it's the ionic electrical discharge and warping of the gravity that allows that. And we'll continue on here. Please describe what was the early prototype look like when you first saw it in a military hangar. Was the date when you saw the TR-3B? 1975, high in the atmosphere at Edwards during the night. 1976, within the southern part of the Nellis Range. Late 1970s at Groom Air Base. The schematic you have on my third triangle drawing are fairly accurate. I was told that the operational model had different engines on the tips, that they had eliminated the rotatable crew compartment. So here you've got Ed talking about flying triangles going on in 1975. That's a lot earlier than we all thought. 23, what is the exterior color of the craft? It has a stealth electrochromatic coating that can change its color and electronic signature. Please describe the landing gear on the TR-3B. The only one I saw on the ground used 3 tripads with T-pads, no wheels. What government agency is responsible for operating the TR-3B? NRO, NSA, CIA. Was Kelly Johnson the senior project design engineer on the TR-3B? I had to get that one in. No, it would have been Ben Rich. Let's go on. 27. Does the TR-3B emit any low-frequency electrical humming noises during operation? When we were bike riding in the high desert of the Nellis Range, it made a very slight magnetic hum. It also made the hair on our bodies stand up. It was right over our heads and was pretty much silent. Yeah, that's exactly what witnesses described. 28, are there any lights on the TR-3B? Yes, each tip on the triangle. The MFD on the prototype gave out a large diffused light in the bottom center of it. Please describe how the multi-mode rockets operate and who the prime contractor was for the 3 rockets on the bottom of the craft. See below. 30, does the craft incorporate any type of visual stealth technology which would hide it from view? Most likely, since there are electrochromatic coating can change color. Of course, we have developed several types of invisibility since the operational model. The one was saw high up in the atmosphere after dark got bigger and bigger as it descended. Also, the stars were blocked out above the triangle. 31 and 32, what was the purpose of the vents on the side? Variable vectored intake exhaust depend on which direction the vehicle is going. Wouldn't the directional thrust by jet engines on board the craft be negated by the MFD since they are in close proximity? The MFD is not anti-gravity, so I don't see why it would interfere. Okay, now we'll wrap this up with this section right here. How does the magnetic field disruptor work? You know, honestly, how does this thing actually work here? Sandia and Livermore laboratories developed the reverse engineered MFD technology. So key, those 2 laboratories. The government will go to any lengths to protect this technology. The plasma, mercury-based, is pressurized at 250,000 atmospheres at a temperature of 150 degrees Kelvin and accelerated to 50,000 RPM to create a superconductive plasma with the resulting gravity disruption. The MFD generates a magnetic vortex field which disrupts or neutralizes the effects of gravity on mass within the proximity by 89%. Do not misunderstand. This is not anti-gravity. Anti-gravity provides a repulsive force that can be used for propulsion. The MFD creates a disruption of the Earth's gravitational field upon the mass within the circular accelerator. The mass of the circular accelerator and all mass within the accelerator, such as the crew compartment, the avionics, the MFD systems, fuel, crew, environmental systems, and the nuclear reactor are reduced by 89%. This causes the effect of making the vehicle extremely light and able to outperform and outmaneuver any craft yet constructed, except, of course, those UFOs that we didn't build. So I'm just tying this all together, how this thing works. What's the propulsion system? Who are the contractors? What is the capability, the performance capability? What Edgar is describing here outpaces anything that you would see at your local air show. It outpaces most all black programs. This is the deepest black program, the crown jewels of the military industrial complex. Let's continue on here. Propulsion system. The TR-3B propulsion system is provided by 3 multi-mode thrusters mounted at each bottom corner of the triangular platform. The TR-3B is a sub-Mach 9 vehicle until it reaches altitudes above 120,000 feet. Then God knows how fast it can go. The 3 multi-mode rocket engines mounted under each corner of the craft use hydrogen or methane and oxygen as a propellant. In a liquid oxygen hydrogen rocket system, 85% of the propellant mass is oxygen. The nuclear thermal rocket engine uses a hydrogen propellant augmented with oxygen for additional thrust. The reactor heats the liquid hydrogen and injects liquid oxygen in the supersonic nozzle so that the hydrogen burns concurrently in the liquid oxygen afterburner. The multi-mode propulsion system can operate in the atmosphere with thrust provided by the nuclear reactor, in the upper atmosphere with hydrogen propulsion, and in orbit with the combined hydrogen-oxygen propulsion. Now I want to check in here. Boston Dead had very interesting, a spider and frog levitated in a gigantic magnetic field. B2 Spirit, let's continue on. Additional comments by Edgar Fouche. Quote, all those people speculating about how this is impossible because of the use of a nuclear power are missing the claim that nuclear power is not used for thrust, but for modifying the mass of the vehicle. That is assuming the claim is true. So the nuclear power source is only used to supply electricity by a turbine or thermiotic generation or both, which is then used to electrically accelerate a plasma to relativistic speeds. In principle, everything suggested is plausible, although no known materials would allow actual building of a toroid enclosed strong enough to withstand the forces involved before breaking apart. Notice I said known materials. Who knows what secret classified materials may exist and what other missing pieces of the puzzle there could be. So here he's talking about a magnetic field that's used to contain the rotating plasma. That's what's talking about here. This covers the period when I was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base between 1976 to 1979. In August 1979, I was still on temporary duty under the orders of Detachment 3 of Edwards Air Force Base. This was pretty much the whole summer. So this is Edgar Fouche's notes here. The assignment location was Groom Air Base, part of Area 51. TDY personnel didn't have the privileges of permanent party assignment personnel. I was always under observation and or under guard, even when I had to use the latrine and there were no doors on the toilets. I worked on several systems related to satellite communications and crypto during the summer. This is detailed during my presentation at IUFOC back in 1998, when I first disclosed publicly about my 20-year career in the U.S. Air Force. I always went up on a darkened out blue U.S. Air Force bus from Nellis Air Force Base in the early morning and came back in the late evening after dark. In addition to working at Groom Air Base that summer, I was also at a facility that was called Defense Advanced Research Center, or DARC, which was underground facility. It is more classified than Groom Air Base. That's another thing we need to drill down on. What is this DARC? Who was involved in building the facility? What do they build there? What contractors are involved there? It was either southeast or south of Groom Air Base and was not Papoose dry lake bed. which has, by the way, never had any facilities on it, parking lots, lights, etc., as described by Lazar. The real S4 is part of the Tonopah facilities. And this is just what Edgar Fouche is saying here. One evening, it was getting dark. I was at the engineering test of avionics building, which I believe was called Building 9. However, as we came out of the backside of the building, our bus was waiting outside for us. The TDY personnel had to wear darkened out black goggles so we couldn't see things we weren't supposed to. I had a habit of slightly pulling my goggles down a bit so I could peer out and see above the goggles. On this specific occasion, as I was walking toward the bus, I noticed off in the distance a very large 200 to 250 foot triangular vehicle and was startled. It appeared to be dark gray with a copper-like haze that caused it to shimmer a little. At the angle I viewed it, I'm 100% positive it was a perfect triangle with rounded corners, much like the VIX cough drop. It did not have landing gear wheels. It was a tripod T-pad type support. I could see about 2/3 of the triangle vehicle. It wasn't until several years I found out a lot more of detail of what was then designated the TR-3B Astra. There were no markings that I could see or vertical horizontal stabilizers. I glimpsed at it for just a few seconds. I was absolutely stunned by what I saw, and I had seen a lot of things in my career in 2 tours of Vietnam. For a long while, I thought the TR stood for Tactical Reconnaissance and is the common designation used by the U.S. Air Force. I'm of the opinion that the TR stood for Teledyne Ryan. The TR-3B was not a second version of the TR-3A or the TIR series of aircraft. The primary purpose of the TR-3B is as a space platform for our top secret space fleet. After Popular Science magazine false article about the triangle blimp, which was done for disinformation, and the fact that we have many deltoid-shaped aircraft flying around in the world, it's been quite confusing for people to know the truth, especially since the DoD spends so much money and resource on disinformation, propaganda, and psyops. At the end of my TDY at Groom Air Base, I received an out-of-cycle airman's performance report called a Form 77A. I believe many of my military documents and videos are on the internet. Okay, and we'll just do a couple more here. My primary career was on avionics, automatic test equipment, computer-controlled satellite communications, electronic countermeasures, and crypto NSA. I had 13 or 14 different Air Force specialty codes during my career. I was handpicked cadre for several versions of the F-111, the F-15, the F-16, the original B-1, the A-10, the B-52. I had over 4,000 hours of training in specialty schools, of which about half were top secret. I also had factory training at Macair, General Dynamics, Bendix, Lockheed, and other DoD contractors. And this is all the background of Edgar Fouche here. On these aircraft and on other Air Force SCs, I had performed as research and development, R&D, flight operations, test and evaluation, site activation, fielding, and new aircraft squadrons until operational. After completion of installation of a TS satellite communications command post for the SAC U.S. Air Force on the Canadian border at a top secret dispersion base, I was assigned an office at a regular U.S. Air Force depot at Kelly Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. I started off as a strategic air command liaison to industry DoD, and it rapidly changed to DoD liaison to the defense industry. The last 15 years of my career, I mostly worked directly for full colonels and generals. My last 7 years, I worked and reported to a 2-star general who I rarely saw. We were in different states, fun stuff. I retired in 1987 and was hired by SAIC as a senior project manager. I was 38. I also worked for CEA, PCA, SSAI, and was a consultant to several other DoD contractors. After 1996, I had no direct employment with the DoD or the military defense industry, which President Eisenhower called the military industrial complex. So in a nutshell, that is Edward Fouche's background here. Let's continue on here. So I asked Ed to draw me a map of actually how he saw this TR3B, and he did. Here is his original map. So what you see here is him getting out of the avionics building, which is building 9, walking over to the blue colored bus that he talks about. So he's walking toward the bus. He's got his foggles on. There was a little bit of a crack, so he looked off to the left, and I'm just gauging by the length here between the bus and where you see building 32, and just off to the right, you've got that triangle. At a minimum, that's about 500 feet. That's minimum 500. That's more like 600 feet or even more. But this is how Edgar Fouche stated that he saw the TR3B at Area 51. This is his original map that he drew for me. And I'll do a blow up here. So if you look at the bus, you go directly northbound, you've got building 32, just to the right of that building 32. Now you can see the TR3B. This is all according to Edgar Fouche. Let's continue on here. Email. So is there any supporting evidence for any of this? Do we have any other sources that could actually support Edgar Fouche's claim? So I've got this, I won't tell you who this came from, but this is May 22nd, 2018. The TR3B were designed and built by Lockheed Martin Aerospace Group and Northrop Grumman Aerospace Group. The landing gears, nose, and mains were designed and developed by Goodrich Landing Gear Company, formerly Cleveland Pneumatic Company. I worked for DoD prior to retirement. I was a GS 1910s-11/12 Quality Assurance Specialist. In other words, I am a government inspector to verify their quality control for their end product prior to installing on any and all aircraft. Over 90% plus their workload was military hardware, such as F-22 Raptor, F-35 Lightning II, and the big kid on the block, the Venture Star spacecraft. The quantity as well as their propulsion system is classified beyond my pay grade. So here we've got a secondary source talking about the contractors that were involved and the landing gear developed by Goodrich Landing Gear Company. So this is supporting evidence for Edgar Fouche. Now, what other evidence do we have in the form of eyewitness testimony to these triangle-shaped UFOs? This is May 5th, 2003, Helena, Missouri. This is the original sketch by the primary eyewitness. Now, I dug this out of QFOS, Center for UFO Studies. This is, it's been 15 years ago since I dug this out. And it was just sitting in the archives. And this is 2457 West Peterson Avenue, downtown Chicago area. Not going to go over everything here, but I want to highlight some of his call outs here. Again, this is May 5th, 2003, Helena, Missouri. He says, this looked like old rivets from old bridge, rusty rivets. He talks about steel, crossbeam and girder construction. And then he says, this UFO on March 5th, 2003 in Helena, Missouri at 9:50 p.m., it made pictures fall off my living room wall and shook the whole house. So here you've got this massive craft flying over, 1 football field in length. It's got crossbeam and girder construction. It's got rusty rivets holding this thing together. Folks, we're not talking about an alien spacecraft here. We're talking about a man-made technology. Let's continue on here. Here's my AutoCAD drawing that gives you an idea of what these rivets look like. It had a catwalk. It had a glass frame. And you can see all the callouts for all these rivets. This is not a alien spacecraft. This is man-made technology. It looks like these truss bridges that you see when you go over. All these cross beams and V-shapes, triangles, gussets, and we've got rivets. That's exactly what the eyewitnesses are describing here. All of these rivets are what the witnesses are talking about here. Let's continue on. Here's my cardstock model that shows you what these craft look like. Let's continue on. November 22nd, 1985, 15 miles northwest of Madison, Wisconsin. Here's what the eyewitness said here. The underside of the craft resembled, quote, the back of a refrigerator, like a collection of condensation pipes that ran back and forth. That's what they're saying here. Craft was seen by a Wisconsin state employee hovering silently over Highway CV 15 miles northwest of Madison, Wisconsin. The object was approximately 40 feet across and 90 feet in length. According to the eyewitness, the underside of the craft resembled, quote, the back of a refrigerator, like a collection of condensation pipes that ran back and forth. After gliding over the witness's vehicle, the craft departed at a tremendous speed and left no sonic boom. So here we have 1985. This is tracking exactly what Edgar Fouche is talking about. Exactly. So I asked the question, is this what you would expect to see on the bottom of an extraterrestrial spacecraft? No, no, no. This is man-made technology here. Let's continue on here. Now we move on to the Southern Illinois Triangle. This is January 5th, 2000. We've got multiple police officers in at least 3 different counties talking about arrowhead, triangular shaped. We've got one that looked like a 2-store ranch with a penthouse on top. That was also described. And then we've got this bottom understructure on these Southern Illinois flying triangles. Let me go here. The bottom of the craft resembled building blocks with plumbing pipes. Shiloh, Illinois police officer David Martin. Is this what you would expect to see on the bottom of an alien spacecraft? Let's do a quick check-in here. If the U.S. have craft like this, I wonder what the Russians and Chinese have. Well, they probably have their own craft, but probably not as good as ours. Musk has his work cut out for him. Yeah, he does. Let's see here. Hadley Scott, my sister moved from North Ireland by airport, UK owned. Okay, let's continue on. Triangle craft seen by Millstead police officer Craig Stevens. And what I'm doing here is I'm just giving supporting evidence for Edgar Fouche's claim that there is in point of fact a TR-3B flying triangle. So this is Officer Craig Stevens here. Republic Times, January 12th, 2000. What is shaped like an arrowhead as big as a football field, 2 stories tall, and flies slowly through the air? If you don't know, don't feel bad. People across the Metro East saw an object fitting that description float slowly overhead early last Wednesday morning, and no one yet has been able to explain what it is. Well, I think we have a better idea of what this thing actually is here. Collinsville Journal, January 16, 2000. Object in sky draws interest of UFO researchers. Officer says he is 98% sure object was experimental or military. This thing was huge. It was moving like a blimp from south at about 500 to 1,000 feet above the ground. I could only hear a very low decibel buzzing sound. Here we've got Officer Craig Stevens, and he's saying that he's 98% sure this is military. He's not saying this is extraterrestrial or alien. This is one of ours. He's 98% sure of it. Now, if you look at the drawings by Craig Stevens, that brings us to my AutoCAD drawing. And what he was saying here is, let me give you his direct quote. Quote, the craft tried to camouflage itself against the night sky and was projecting the star field above it on the underside. Officer Craig Stevens. So this is exactly what it was doing. It was using star field camouflage. So I had Rudy do a drawing of his sighting. So you've got Craig Stevens, January 5th, 2000. He looks, he sees this big black triangle, and he could see the constellations on the bottom side. So it was using these electrochromatic panels, which were electronically transferring the star field and constellations above it, transferring that on the bottom side, allowing it to blend in with its background. That's exactly what it was doing. And here's Joel's illustration of what it looks like. Just a fantastic job. They've got the technology. They have done it. They made the breakthrough. Let's continue on. So what evidence do we have that these panels do exist? This is Popular Science, May 1997, Invisible Aircraft. This is Triangle UFO model by Tom Jensen, Saturday, January 5th, 2000. This is Union, Missouri. This is what he saw. Now, if we continue further here, you can see the other configurations that we're seeing and the lights on the bottom of the craft. August 25th, 1990, Barnsley, England. We've talked about this sighting before. This is a 30-year-old retired. He had served in the police force for 30 years, and this is what he described. A massive triangle a white light at each corner. There was a large light at the center. There was an indented section showing you cross beam and girder construction. And then he said that there were human figures looking back. I won't go through his whole testimony, but this is what he said. The side of the craft appeared to have several illuminated windows, and I saw 2 to 3 figures that appeared to be human. Certainly nothing about the figures made me think they were anything other than human, reinforcing my belief that the craft was a military project. So he, along with Craig Stevens, believes it was a military project. This is my cardstock model that gives you an idea of what that craft looks like. We'll continue on here. This is a top view looking down, 45-degree look down angle. Here's Joseph Race full color rendering. This gives you an idea of what this thing may have looked like according to the primary eyewitness. And you can see this cross beam and girder construction that this police officer described. This is the blow up of these military personnel that were seen in this large window according to the primary eyewitness. So Belgium Triangle sighting. This is November 29th, 1989. Sun, July 23rd, 1991. UFO drama, thousands watch in awe. So they're talking about these large triangles, the size of a football field, making these low frequency electrical humming noises. Incredible performance, shining these spotlights down on the eyewitnesses, exactly like the 1982 to 1989 Hudson Valley boomerang sightings. This is the location of where they were actually seen. So here you've got the map of Belgium here. Let's continue on. Belgian scientists seriously pursue triangle UFOs despite jokes. And this is Wall Street Journal, October 10th, 1990. Since the rash of sightings here began almost a year ago, more than 2,600 have been reported of a triangular object with 3 huge lights hovering in the night sky over Wallonia. This is exactly what Edgar Fouche had talked about with these lights shining down. Let's continue. New York Tribune, November 15th, 1990. The UFO flap in Belgium, among the best documented ever. Thousands of witnesses, including gendarmes, national police, and officers of the Belgian Air Force, have described triangular-shaped vehicles flying slowly over rooftops, hovering beams, searchlights, and performing incredible maneuvers. So here is John McNeil's illustration. I commissioned them to do this for me a long time ago. Now, the F-16 pilots did not get this close, but they did get it on the radar. And eyewitnesses that were directly below this craft, standing below this thing, said they saw a white light at each corner. They could hear a low-frequency electrical humming noise like a sewing machine or a transformer. And they also described this tubes, pipes, and cylinders on the bottom of the craft, identical to the January 5th Southern Illinois Triangle and the 1982 to 1989 Hudson Valley boomerang. So you've got 3 different dates with these pipes and cylinders on the bottom of the craft. Let's continue on here. So here's my drawing that shows you these tubes, pipes, and cylinders. You've got this incredible acceleration going from basically 280 kilometers per hour to 1,800 kilometers per hour, 40 Gs, and this is within seconds. You've got the low frequency electrical humming noise that's talked about by the eyewitnesses. And then on the left-hand upper view here, I've got the F-16 radar screen that was seen by the F-16s. So top view of TR-3B showing crew compartment. This is credit Joseph Wraith. I want to give him credit. We'll do one more view. This is bottom view looking down. This is the magnetic field disruptor and the multi-mode impulse engines. Here's my AutoCAD drawing that shows you the crew compartment. And then on the bottom, I've got the MFD and I've got the multi-mode impulse engines, just showing you kind of a 2-view. We've got a front view, bottom view, and 3/4 ISO view. And this is my full color rendering, just shows you what the TR-3B looks like in flight. And we'll continue on here. Now, a lot of this technology we know goes back a long way. Now, how far back does it go? If you go back to World War II and you look at the Glocke, the bell, we've talked about this before. We've got the cerium-525, which is a radioactive isotope. You've got the ring on the bottom of the bell. You've got 2 rotating drums. So here we've got the same type technology that Edgar Fouche is talking about. He's talking about a rotating liquid mercury plasma within a toroid donut. almost identical to the magnetic field disruptor. Now, during operation, the Bell emitted a low-frequency buzzing noise similar to a bumblebee in flight. That tracks with the Hudson Valley Boomerang, 1989, 1990. The tracks with the Belgium Triangle, 1990. Tracks with the Southern Illinois Flying Triangle, January 5th, 2000. So I'm just highlighting that eyewitnesses to the other sightings reported the same type buzzing sound as the Bell. Now, how far does this go back? If you go to the Sanskrit texts of ancient India, they describe these flying vehicles known as the Vimana that had these liquid mercury vortex plasma engines. And this is like 2,000 years before the time of Christ, this is being talked about. So does this technology date back a lot earlier than we previously thought? Now, I want to highlight a world exclusive. This is where all of this is leading up to here. And we'll do a quick check-in here. Awesome renders, excellent presentation. I love your work. Oh, wow, still live. This is a big presentation. Yes, it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have a world exclusive for you, and I'm excited to show this to you. Here is the world exclusive. I had Joseph Wraith do for me what I believe the absolute best color renderings of the TR-3B inside a hangar at Area 51. We wanted to stress that this is a man-made technology. This is not an alien technology. This is not ETs flying around. We've got man-made technology built by good old-fashioned American ingenuity. Now, there could be an ET component. We talked about that with Sandia and Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. But what we're seeing flying around regarding the TR-3B that Edgar Fouche talks about is absolutely a man-made technology. So this is inside the hangar at Area 51. This is a 3/4 view looking down at a 45-degree angle. This is a world exclusive. This has never been released before, ever, anywhere on this planet. Maintenance technicians prepare the TR-3B for a test flight at Area 51. And I want to give credit to Joseph Wraith for doing these for me. Thank you, Joseph. Thumbs up. So you can kind of see we've got the support equipment. We might have liquid mercury plasma being pumped into the toroid of the magnetic field disruptor. On this view, you can see the top view of the crew compartment. Now that sits within a gimbal device. So whatever angle of attack that the TR-3B is, the gimbal device allows for the crew compartment to always be sitting level plane. Let's continue on here. This is a side view, direct front. This is a side view at eye level, showing you the bottom of the magnetic field disruptor and the T-pad landing gear that Edgar talks about. This does not have wheels. It has T-pads for the landing gear. So again, I want to give credit to Joseph Wraith. We'll do a quick check-in here. I've been really looking forward to this. The last part was brilliant. Yes. Okay, let's continue on here. Now, we're not done yet. There's always more here, so let's continue on here. We're not done yet. Let me take you through a typical test flight here. So let's take you inside the hangar at Area 51, and we're going to zoom in on this TR-3B. Let's get a little bit closer here. So this is about a 25-degree look-down angle. We're zooming into the TR-3B. You can see all the support equipment. We've got the railing here. We've got pilots getting ready to do a test flight. Again, this is one of ours with our tax dollars from the Reagan administration SDR Star Wars program. One of these craft, procurement R&D funding siphoned off of SDI, was filtered and siphoned and plugged into the TR-3 program via Reagan administration. Okay, we've got the hangar doors opened up. We're getting ready for a test flight. Pilots are in place. We're getting ready to bring this craft out. Now we're outside the hangar and we're getting ready for this thing to actually take off. I'm going to go to the next slide here. And now we're ready for a test. Of course, we've got guards around this thing. This is at Area 51. We're getting ready for our test flight here. We've got some hazmat suits here. This might be for the plasma within the magnetic field disruptor. So we've got some people in hazmat suits. And now the test flight has begun here. So we're at the point where we're starting our test flight. And then as we begin our test flight, of course, I don't want to stop here. I've got one more world exclusive surprise for you here. And we're going to go to the next slide. And we can kind of see this is about a 30-degree look down angle. We've got the control tower. We're outside here. We're going to do one more check-in. Flubber Lane, ready for takeoff. Yes, standing back 5,000 yards. Tom Vernon, UAP. Hi, Roger. Yes. Okay, so let's go to the next slide here. And we're getting ready for takeoff. We're just about ready for takeoff. We'll go to the next slide. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a world exclusive video for you. I want to credit Joseph Ray. So thank you for all of your attention. This concludes the PowerPoint presentation, but please stand by for the world exclusive video. And we're going to cut to the video. And thank you for your attention. And we will see you on the next one. So stand by for the video.
Hole from one side of the
Okay, so Friedwardt Winterberg. I want to go through a list of names. I've been taking notes. We have spent all week working with Friedwardt's family to try and get, basically, we've been trying to archive his materials. So the friends, colleagues, and people that he corresponded with include Herman Oberth, George Miley, Robert Bussard, J. Allen Hynek, Jacques Vallée, Edward Teller, Stanislav Ulam, Paul Dirac. He was the winner of the Herman Oberth Award Medal and very close friends with him, very close friends with Edward Teller as well. And let me see, his PhD advisor was Wernher von Heisenberg. He was friends and corresponded with Dr. Robert L. Forward, as well as more recent figures who are still with us, like Drs. Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, and then, of course, I have him down at the bottom here, the legendary Carl Sagan, who has passed, right? So the reason that I mention these names is this was, like, as you've described him, this was like a gold medalist in terms of physics, right?
Absolutely. Dr. Winterberg, he was brought over in 1959 under Project Paperclip. He was 16 at the end of the war in 1945. And so he went on to college for physics. He ended up doing very well. And as you said, he studied under Heisenberg, which was a very important figure in the history of all physics. So when he was brought over in 1959, it was because he was working on fusion ideas and other nuclear related stuff. And so everybody was chomping at the bit to get at this guy. He had letters of invitations from like every university out there, every government agency out there. Everybody wanted a piece of this guy. And he eventually settled for working for a place called the Case Institute over in, I believe, Ohio or Pennsylvania. So the Case Institute was 4 years of his life. He transitioned from there as an associate professor in atmospheric physics, because when you explode a bomb, you need to know how that fallout is going to transfer through the atmosphere. So that was his jam. He didn't like working on weapons technology. He didn't want to work on anything weapons. Since age 10, all he ever wanted was to have alternative propulsion ideas that would get us out in space. That was his whole goal in life, was propulsion. It eventually led him towards working on fusion-related things. Because when you look at propulsion, you inevitably end up looking at energy requirements on how much energy is it going to take to make me go fast. So that was the majority of his career, was surrounding the two topics of alternative propulsion as well as energy.
Okay, so again, I mean, tremendous figure, came over with Operation Paperclip. He studied under Wernher von Heisenberg, who is one of the absolute heavyweights in physics, right? So this is a highly credible individual. The United States government felt that way, as well as the nuclear establishment once he got into it, right? This was as credible and establishment as you can get.
Yep, so in 1970, after he had transitioned out of Case and was working over at Desert Research Institute for a while, the Atomic Energy Commission, the AEC, they ended up giving him Q clearance for 4 years from 1970 to 1974. You don't get Q clearance without being a somebody, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's really high level secret stuff. So during that time, he was figuring out how you could detonate or ignite a nuke using lasers or impact, rather than having a smaller charge explode inside a cavity to make the bigger charge actually explode, which was, up until that point, the Teller-Ulam model. That's what that is you have this egg-shaped thing with a small bomb and a big bomb, and the small bomb makes the big bomb go off. Well, because he'd been working with these toroidal fusion reactor ideas, he figured out there's a lot of different ways that you can make material that is radioactive, nuclear, fissile material. There's other ways that you can make it explode. Now, even though he didn't want to work on that kind of stuff, he also was very good about advocating for his ideas. And when he saw an application for his ideas, he felt the need to justify those ideas to anybody that would listen, right? And so that was one angle. He ended up becoming friends with Ed Teller back in around May of 1964. That was when Dr. Winterberg went over to Los Alamos National Labs for the first time and gave a big presentation to everybody there on his idea of impact fusion, where it's this idea that you're circulating these levitating superconducting balls around in a circle, and then they slam into each other at the right moment and you get fusion. That was his main claim to fame. That was the biggest thing that he's probably going to be remembered for, is how much he contributed to different methods of fusion.
Well, so I have seen, going through his papers over the last week with you, right? We have been going through, working with his daughter Astrid and her partner Jason, trying to help the family archive and organize and scan some of the valuable materials that never made it into, publication. And so I've seen a couple of big trends there. As you mentioned, one of them is fusion, like bombs, for lack of a better word, right? And there are so many different variations on that, like, how to start a fusion detonation using lasers, how to start a fusion detonation with electron beams, things along those lines. That is one path of his research that is throughout his career, right? It's there. Even though he didn't seem to be very weapons focused, it's something that was part, I guess, of his professional life. Another part of his life that I thought was very interesting was he was fascinated by UFOs. And Astrid has said he went back and forth on it, I think, to some degree, right? And so she isn't completely sure what his opinion was, but one of the things that you found was a letter to Edward Teller about a book he was working on, where he pointed out a UFO in a photo that Teller had sent him, right? So this was not only something that was an interest for him, and he had dozens of magazines, maybe hundreds of newsletters from J. Allen Hynek's organization, correspondence with Hynek and others. This appears to be a topic that a lot of those physicists had an interest in at the time.
Yep. So Dr. Hynek, after he finished Project Blue Book in around, I think, 1969, by 1973, Dr. Hynek realized that about 5% of the cases he worked on were legitimate cases that had no good explanation. And so he hired, well, he invited a lot of these other scientists and professionals in their fields to create what he called the Invisible College. I think Jacques Vallée called it the Invisible College. And on that board, it was called CUFOS, or the Center for UFO Studies. In 1973, Dr. Hynek started this organization. On the board, it was invite only. You could only get in if Hynek and others wanted you in because you were a heavy hitter. Well, Dr. Winterberg was one of the biggest heavy hitters in his field. So he was sitting on the board. He wasn't just a member, he was on the board of this organization from about 1973 when it started until at least 1976 is the latest document I found, though he may have still been an active member for longer. I know that in the early 80s, there's further documents where they're still referencing his work as they're trying to describe how do these UFOs fly, how do they operate.
Yeah.
And on top of that, that Herman Oberth Award that Dr. Winterberg was given around 1979, that award was, so for everybody who doesn't know, Herman Oberth is one of those Nazi rocketry, father of modern rocketry guys, right? A fun aside fact is that Herman Oberth married Winterberg's cousin. So,
and if I could interject, Dr. Kevin Newth recently has cited extensive studies and analysis of UFOs by Herman Oberth. So again, this was kind of a community interest, I think.
Yep. So the reason why Dr. Winterberg was given this very prestigious award from Dr. Oberth was because Dr. Winterberg came up with this idea called Project Daedalus. And this is another thing that he is very well known for. Project Daedalus was the idea that if you wanted to accelerate your spaceship to fast enough speeds to get to the next star system, one way you could do it is to have a big deflector dish on the back side, and you could have a bunch of very small bombs, a bunch of small nukes already lined up in a string of beads along the path that you're going to go. And as you're going by it, that thing detonates and it blasts you forward and accelerates you faster. Well, that was like the version 1.0, but Dr. Winterberg ended up improving upon that idea significantly. He figured out that you could use a plasma sheath on the surface of this curved deflector dish that creates a magnetically repulsive field that protects the dish from getting damaged during each of these explosions. He also figured out that you can use much smaller explosions more rapidly. Rather than one bomb located, every couple 100,000 kilometers, here you could have a string of these little things already on board, and you could just detonate them repeatedly underneath the craft. And so this craft could have a half sphere deflector dish underneath it and use these micro explosions to levitate it and to allow it to operate in very thin atmosphere or space conditions.
Well, so this takes us into the third major aspect of his work that I saw, which was basically fusion-based propulsion, right? And there were all manner of ideas that he explored there. And again, everything relating to how to more efficiently and effectively do fusion-related propulsion. I mean, he just went through idea after idea after idea. And so that connected him with Dr. Robert L. Forward. His interest in SETI connected him with Carl Sagan. Again, he had this I guess, diversity of interests that were focused around future spaceflight. And, along with that, it was, what will we encounter? What kind of beings are out there, and are they already here, right? So again, to me, this seems like a common interest. But what's really intriguing is not only his credibility, not only his pedigree, right? I mean, this is a world-class physicist, and it's well known. He was not hiding out, right? He won the Herman Oberth Award, right? He corresponded, he was best friends with Teller. He knew all of these top tier scientists in the nuclear establishment. And yet he had this interest in UFOs. his daughter Astrid said that he drove down to Area 51 many times. That was something she'd said. And that was a thing that we had to look up, because if I understand correctly, you found that he may have been going to Area 11, which is nuclear test sites down there, and not actually Area 51. Right?
Correct. Yeah. So everybody hears Area 51 and thinks that's where we keep all the good sauces and alien stuff. So Area 51 is a small section inside the much larger section, which is the Nevada test site. And the Nevada test site is huge. It's massive. And it has area number whatevers all over the place. So during the end of the 1980s, he was working on helping the government figure out how they were going to get rid of their spent radioactive materials. We needed some hole in the ground somewhere where we can dump our dirt or our bad stuff and let it just decay for the next couple tens of thousands of years without hurting anybody. So he was hired to check and see how much of that was going to be leaching into the groundwater over near the Yucca Mountains, which is on the pretty southwestern side of the Nevada test site. For reference, Area 51 is kind of more smack dab in the middle of the whole thing, because that's how you keep it secure.
Okay, so there definitely is kind of a correlation there. And then there are a lot of questions. And one of the biggest questions is where he was actually going. Astrid had said that he would joke with her specifically about going to Area 51. He was joking about UFOs. And of course, we knew that he had this UFO interest. She also told me repeatedly that when she was a young girl, he would take her to UFO fairs, right? So again, there's just a personal interest. It is worth noting, and I think you and I both saw this, he compartmentalized these things very well in his notes. So in terms of everything that he archived, he had a box labeled UFOs, and that was all of his UFO stuff. And then he would have other boxes for like fusion propulsion and new physics. He also worked on a new model of physics. You have a copy of the book there, the Planck Aether Hypothesis, right?
Yep. So this book, he started working on it back in the 70s. He'd been working on this model for a very long time. And he ended up finally getting the book written around the year 2000. And then he created the second edition here that fixed some of those minor errors that the first one had. So this is the one that he has the most copies of, and the most copies that are out there. I haven't fully gone through the book yet, but I am already somewhat familiar with his idea of this Planck ether, which is a very unique grand unified theory. Dr. Winterberg branched out into a lot of different areas of study. He didn't pigeonhole himself just in fusion research. Like I said a moment earlier, he was working on this underground water contamination thing, right? That's way outside of fusion. And then he was working on the atmospheric physics in his early career. He worked in a lot of different areas. In the theoretical domain, he created this grand unified theory based upon dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of other smaller parts of this idea throughout the decades. And then he finally coalesced all of those ideas into a single idea that seemed to make pretty good sense. This idea is part of what's related to his ideas for negative mass propulsion. And that's a whole field in of itself, because a lot of people hear negative mass and they kind of wince. They go, there can't be any such thing as negative mass. Well, Dr. Winterberg, gold medalist level theoretical physicist, he thought that there was a way that not only was it real, but that there was a way to access it, that there's a way to go harvest this stuff that exists in certain places. One of the most wild ideas he had was he wanted to create a hole from one side of the moon to the other. He wanted to create a hole through the whole thing, because at that time, during the SDI days of the 80s, they figured out that you could do tunneling with nukes. You could make these really long tunnels, really wide tunnels, very rapidly with these specialized nuclear explosions. And so according to his model, all this negative mass seems to collect in the center of very large bodies. So his idea was you could start on one side of the moon with your spaceship, the gravity pulls you through and accelerates you, you can scoop up the negative mass in the middle of the moon, and then you can use that for added propulsion to help you escape that gravity. So you can use the whole moon itself as like a railgun launcher. It's a a wild idea, one of many wild ideas that Dr. Winterberg had.
Well, so this takes us, I think, to the big question that initially got you interested in him. And you have read dozens, if not hundreds, of his papers online, right? You have been following his work closely for 3 years, which is actually how we got in touch with his family. We were reaching out, trying to get in touch with him, trying to follow up on papers and the themes that he'd worked on. And we found out that he had recently passed, and then, you know, things progressed from there. So you got interested in him based on the TR-3B, which is a rumored, speculative, man-made UFO, I guess, right?
So yeah, for people who don't know, from December of 1989 until about March, April of 1990, over in Belgium, there was over 1,500 sightings of these black flying triangles all over the place. Now, normally with UFO encounters of one kind or another, you don't see such a high number of repeated incursions into the same area by the same craft, right?
Yeah.
And so because of that particular incident, there's a lot of other incidents with flying triangles out there, but that particular incident really gets me going. And the reason why is because that looks like a military operation more than just about any other thing that I've seen. So if it's a military operation, that suggests that it may have been a man-made craft that somebody at some point had recently made. And for that time in history, 1989 to 1990, the Cold War was like starting to wind down, but there was a lot of tensions going on because a lot of people in the Soviets and a lot of people in the US government, neither one necessarily wanted it to end or thought it was safe for it to end. So this could have been a show of force of one kind or another in order to make it so that it would end peacefully without the exchange of nukes like everybody expected the Cold War to end. So from that incident, I got really focused on this flying triangle. I started trying to find out anybody that could have been associated to the development of this. One person's name that seemed to keep coming up over and over and over was Dr. Winterberg. And the reason why is because of his fusion work. When you look at how this craft seems to operate, it becomes very readily apparent that it's utilizing fusion. Very readily apparent. Even more so on the center underside of all of these flying triangles, they have the same exact deflector dish with the same exact oscillating plasma explosion that Dr. Winterberg talks about in his Project Daedalus stuff. So all of these arrows keep pointing back to Dr. Winterberg. So this week, as we've gone through and we've archived his stuff, we've looked through every single thing the guy has, which is a lot.
Tons.
Literal tons of papers. We didn't find a single literal smoking gun on here's this craft that I worked on that, right? Throughout the years, based upon his letters and his other correspondences he had, I can see that his documents have been cleaned up multiple times.
Yeah.
Especially once he lost his Q clearance in 1974. When that happened, a lot of his stuff got cleaned up. And then in the later 70s, it happened again. And then in the early 90s, it happened again. So it's not necessarily all that surprising that we didn't find the smoking gun. That said, if you take a zoomed out aerial view of his work and you look at the other work that the Air Force labs were doing at the time, it starts coming back into focus that his ideas, he was never able to be a part of the development of any of his ideas. But it sure looks like his ideas were indeed utilized by other people, by other groups, especially around that time frame. Edwards Air Force Base is one place that he seemed to correspond with a lot. So he may have even known that his ideas were being used, and he may have still corresponded with people to help them develop it. But none of those correspondences are necessarily the smoking gun that we were looking for. If anything, they're just hints at where to start looking next.
Well, and that in itself isn't that surprising. Again, there's a game involved with clearances and funding and a lot of back office politics that's involved with this, right? And the fact that he didn't want to go along with the program, so to speak, in terms of developing weapons may have basically put him on the outside of this, right?
Yep. Also, in 1974, the way that he lost that Q clearance, what happened was in and around 1971, 1972, he published a paper that was how to detonate a hydrogen bomb using lasers. And that got the AEC, the Atomic Energy Commission, that had given him his clearance, that got them really mad because it was a public paper that he had just published, and they determined that it had classified information in it, even though they removed that determination within a few months later. Nevertheless, the fact that he caused them trouble in that way because he was public about his research, that was enough that they didn't want to deal with him anymore. They were afraid that, oh, this guy's a loose cannon. He might leak some other secrets that we will have to, clean up after him for. So it's not necessarily all that surprising that if he did continue to work on secret stuff after that fact, that he would have been doing it as an outsider, right? So they would ask him a very vague question. He could give them a very specific answer that then would help the people who are working on the technologies.
Well, and so this takes us into this very murky gray area of whether or not he was an insider in any way. And the reason I say that's kind of a murky area is even if you don't have a clearance, if you are good friends with Edward Teller, as he was, right, then it's entirely possible that he had an idea what was going on, what was being developed, even if he didn't have clearances for it. Did you see anything that kind of indicated that?
Sort of. In a number of correspondences between him and Dr. Teller, you can tell that they had a lot of conversations that were not recorded because they would reference, like, based upon our previous conversation, right?
Yeah.
But I would look back and I would look for that previous conversation, and he doesn't have any record of it anywhere. And this man kept meticulous records. In one document I found, he said that he had over 100,000 pages in all of these 2-inch 3-ring binders, right? Because he had a binder for about every 6 months of his professional career, starting back in the 60s all the way up until the 2000s. This man kept meticulous records of every correspondence he ever had with anyone about anything. So when I see him talking about things that him and Dr. Teller were having conversations about, and there's no other records of that, I'm going to assume that those were in-person conversations. They probably weren't even talking about it over the phone. But Dr. Winterberg made plenty of trips over to Los Alamos National Labs, as well as Sandia, because those are the two places that were working on all of these fusion concepts. And he was visiting those places all the way up until the end of his career.
Yeah. Well, and so again, just to kind of reiterate, because this has been one of the things we'd wondered about, when Astrid had talked about Area 51, your thought was maybe she got confused and he meant Los Alamos. And so we followed up with her on that, and she said, no, he absolutely said Area 51. He was talking about UFOs. He said it in a joking way. He's like, Astrid, I'm going. Wouldn't you like to go with me? So that at least was what he told her, right? And again, it could have been Area 11, I guess, which is, fusion, fission, research, testing areas that are in a different part of the Nevada test range.
Yep, there's a lot of underground nuclear testing that goes on in the entire Nevada test site. And Area 11 is one of those areas where they have these underground tests going, which is part of the reason why they were looking into how is the radiation from these tests leaking into the groundwater. One of Dr. Winterberg's hobbies prior to this was geology and understanding how rocks stratify and how they crumble under certain loads and everything. And part of that is because he helped work on this idea of tunneling using these nuclear explosions. One paper that I'd seen a couple of years ago shows that he came up or helped design this idea for another deflector dish for underground nuclear tunneling. What would happen is you would explode this directional nuke, and half of the explosion would go one way and half would go the other way. And he used this reflector that would reflect all the X-rays back in the direction that you want it to go. And so you could tunnel very, very far, very, very quickly. And in order to be able to model that well, you have to understand how rocks react to different kinds of stimuli like X-rays or thermal or whatever other kinds of explosive reactions rocks are going to undergo when you detonate a nuke underground.
Yeah. So you mentioned the binders. there were probably, I would say, over 50, maybe between 50 and 100 binders. As you said, just about every 6 months in his professional career, he started a new binder. And we're talking about like 1959 through, like the 2010s, I think, as well as having probably another 30 or 40 binders for topical issues in his closet, right? He would just have different topics he had done research on or done papers on. He additionally had a massive set of binders for teaching, right? Because he started out at the Desert Research Institute. He ended up teaching at the local university system. So he had binders for all of his students and their work. And then he had, we counted, I think, over 30 boxes full of papers and binders and photocopies and handwritten notes and all of that. So altogether, this was thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of material. And one of the important points, kind of surprising for me, was this definitely was cleaned probably several times, probably over a period of years. I didn't find one single document that said classified. I did find several that said declassified, right? Things that had been classified, he would attach them to research that he had done. In some cases, he would share them with his students. So, he followed the rules very well in that regard.
He was very much a rule follower. One letter I found, which was talking about just post one of these cleanup events, he mentioned that he had over 100,000 pages between 200 of these binders. And that was not a new letter. That was a letter from like the 70s, right? So halfway through his career. If not less than halfway. So the number of records that he had originally and the number of records that we saw, while we did see a lot of records, I suspect we only saw a portion of what he originally had before any of these cleanup events.
Okay. So going away from UFOs for just a moment and focusing on these files, one of the things that interested me was this idea of lost information, right? And one of the things that we saw was going through and trying to scan an archive, there was simply too much for us to save it all. And a lot of it is stuff that it's questionable, right? Like, for instance, if you do a photocopy out of a book or a magazine or something like that, it's already published, right? And he was citing all sorts of stuff. But then the question becomes, if he has handwritten notes and it's associated with it, how important is that, right? And for me, this really brought home this larger issue of America's nuclear scientists, as well as a lot of other specialized disciplines, are aging themselves out of society, right? I mean, he passed away at a very ripe old age. As you know, we've lost a lot of tremendous scientists over the last decade, right? The Cold War produced this massive body of specialized research, and that's leaving us. I've read that Los Alamos and Sandia are struggling with that. They're losing their culture of nuclear expertise. And so for me, there's also this aspect of how can we, not just you and me, we as a society, preserve and honor this legacy?
Yes, you said it so well. So we had about 2 generations of people who witnessed all of these bomb tests, right? They were eyewitnesses to seeing what happens when you explode the largest bomb man has ever been able to make, right? And what that does for your knowledge, as well as for just your moral standing on how the world works, right? Very different mentality, very different world view than people who are being brought up now, who the only thing they have to go on is pictures and some old grainy videos of these things. They had no recollection of the Cold War and the fear that was always present. They had no recollection of World War II when these bombs were used in war. There's a continual degradation just from what I'm seeing as an outsider. It seems like there's a continual degradation in our ability to preserve all of this knowledge, to preserve all of this motivation, to continue this research, because this research should be continued. We had this grandiose idea back in the 50s that we were entered the atomic age, the atomic era, right? And there was these very idyllic views on how we were going to be able to harness all of these different power sources for the betterment of mankind, right? Rather than use it for its destructive purposes, use it for its constructive purposes. We've seen fusion or fission reactors crop up here and there. There hasn't been a new one for a very long time because the costs associated with it are so heavy.
Yeah.
The only way that we're going to be able to see energy independence and to remove ourselves from fossil fuels, as well as from the potential for nuclear fallout when you have another Fukushima-like event or another 3 Mile Island-like event where these fission reactors melt down, the only way we're going to be able to get away from that is with fusion, nuclear fusion. And I think Dr. Winterberg figured that out a long time ago, that the answer is fusion. Part of the problem, though, is that fusion research is so closely tied with all of this super classified stuff that you can't necessarily release the advancements that your team has made without risk of enabling your country's enemies to be able to develop weapons from that. It's quite an unfortunate thing, and Dr. Winterberg was fully aware of how unfortunate this was, that you couldn't declassify this type of fusion research, especially when the advancements that he was making were leaps and bounds beyond anything anyone had ever come up with before. Initially, our ability to attain fusion was next to zero, and thanks to Dr. Winterberg, he made orders of magnitudes increases in the viability of the potential for this to become a thing. Whether or not we actually achieved it in the SDI era is a little bit questionable. I haven't seen a smoking gun yet, other than the flying triangles, maybe. And we're always told that nuclear fusion is another 10 to 30 years out, just repeatedly. It's always that much far out. Well, part of the problem, why that's so far out, is because there's a lot of research out there, not just by Dr. Winterberg, but by other government-related scientists as well, who made such great strides, and those strides aren't recognized because it's classified.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and again, he explored so many different nuts and bolts aspects of it, right? Can you initiate it this way? Can you shield it that way? Can you control it this way? So a lot of it was, it's not just, can we build a bomb? Can we build it bigger? It's more like, how can we utilize this and harness it and more efficiently control this for the betterment of mankind, as well as exploring space. Again, this was a consistent theme. This was one of his big themes, was we can use this to get to other planets, other solar systems, start to explore our galaxy, right?
And on another note on his fusion research, Dr. Winterberg passed away in 2022. In 2018 to 2020, he had signed an NDA for Lockheed so that he could help Lockheed with their fusion reactor design that they had been working on. Now, there's a lot of different versions of fusion reactors out there, and a number of them employ Dr. Winterberg's ideas. But Lockheed had a slightly different model that they were working on, and they asked Dr. Winterberg to come in as a consultant. And he had to sign all the papers, and I won't disclose, exactly what you're doing here. But the paper that he wrote up after the fact on what he did, because he wanted everybody to know what he did, that paper is publicly available. And you can see the kinds of major lateral thinking that he was still capable of at ages like 94, 95 years old. He was still with it enough that he was able to give Lockheed a totally different method than they'd been trying before. It doesn't appear as though Lockheed has actually employed his ideas, though they might reconsider doing so. But part of his idea was, instead of using a single tokamak-like reactor where you're spinning the plasma around, that if you actually have two reactors stacked atop each other and you counter-rotate the beams like that, well, you can utilize the fields produced by that to help balance out these beams, because chaos and nonlinearities abound in fusion systems. These things do not want to stay stable, and that's part of the biggest problem, is you can't have stable fusion. You can do it for a nanosecond, but you can't do it for, hours. Well, when you stack them on top of each other like that, those instabilities start to even out a little bit better. In addition, there might be some other interesting side effects that come from that, which Dr. Winterberg hints to in some of his papers. Some other papers written by the Air Force Research and others are suggesting that there may very well be anti-gravity properties. And in fact, in that Lockheed paper by Dr. Winterberg, he talks about negative masses occurring in the center of the toroids. It's possible, and this is pure speculation, but it's possible based upon what I've seen from Dr. Winterberg's work, that when you crack the nut of fusion, you are simultaneously able to crack the nut of anti-gravity and propulsion, which might help explain part of the reason why it has remained so secret, because anti-gravity technology for the longest time has remained very, very secret. If any advancements have been made over the last 80 years by the US government or other governments, we haven't seen the smoking gun on, you know, how exactly such systems operate. We have a lot of speculations, but that smoking gun has never quite been there.
Well, this takes me to his students and continuing that culture of specialized knowledge, right? One of the things you had wondered about is whether or not one or more of his students may have gone on to develop the TR-3B. Do you think that's possible? I mean, is it close enough to his conceptualization of propulsion, I guess, to have come from the work of the people that he helped educate, that he was close to and he mentored?
I could see that as a possibility. I wouldn't commit to it one way or another. And the reason why is because the time frame when we see where he was working on this stuff, he was not doing a whole lot of teaching. He was doing some teaching around that time. He had to keep his position. But it seemed as though he spent more than 60% of his time simply doing research, because he was simultaneously employed with Desert Research Institute and University of Nevada, or the Nevada education system, I should say. So he balanced his time between those two, but you could tell his heart was really into the research side more than the teaching side, at least during that time. Then you come over to the 2000s and the late 90s, and you see that it seems as though he really became a pretty good professor. All of his students seem to have pretty good reviews about him during those years. And then towards the tail end of things, he started having all these different issues with the university, and things were not going so well there towards the end. So I don't necessarily know that he left the school on a good note, because he had started wanting to make sure that he had his legacy retained, and the school was not really wanting that to happen.
Well, and again, it's such a tremendous legacy. So when we were going through working with the family, I found a box that was just postcards. And it took me a moment to realize what those were. These were postcards from various scientists and scientific organizations all over the world asking for reprints of his papers, right? And this was back in the day, back before the internet. And so the only way to get that paper was either in a journal if it was published there, or perhaps they had heard about it, like in a magazine or something specialized. They would write to him to request that. And indeed, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of these postcards. We had an entire box full of them. The thing that intrigued me was, I mean, every major organization in the United States, right? You had university professors doing nuclear research of all sorts, as well as like, you know, General Electric, every company, you know, involved with atomic research at the time. You had major government organizations, different departments within the DoD, like the Department of the Army and things like that. And again, this is over a period of time, right? So things had changed, right? I believe the Army at first, and the Air Force, and then later the DoD, and you know, the whole 9 yards there. But in addition to that, you had major scientific organizations in Japan that wanted to correspond with him and learn more about his work. And the part that got me, I thought there was some humor in this. I probably had 15 to 20 postcards from the USSR. I had at least 12 from Russia, right, from within Russia, and they're all marked USSR, asking for copies of his work on fusion, and then many more from Russian-controlled countries, right, part of the Soviet bloc, like Czechoslovakia was one. I had many, many postcards from scientists there. And I just thought, you know, his work was so well known worldwide that even, you know, our mortal enemy at the time is writing to learn more about it. And the part that I'd wondered about, I never got an answer, was whether or not he sent that to them. So
I saw some documents about something called technology transfer. And there was this idea, especially as the Cold War was winding down, that in order to establish good relations between the USSR and the US, we wanted to be able to exchange ideas, right, between our scientists. Like, we'd been cut off from each other scientifically for so long. As we start to lift that iron curtain, to be able to have these scientists be able to all of a sudden exchange all of these ideas and these advancements that both sides had made, it was a big deal. And Dr. Winterberg writes about this in a couple of his letters. He talks about how it's not even a technology transfer where we give them a piece of something. It's just the knowledge transfer alone has massive value. And so he was looking for permission, although he seemed to ask forgiveness more than permission on occasion. But he was looking for ways to be able to share his ideas with all of these people from all over the world, including our mortal enemies, the Soviets, right? He wanted this technology of fusion to become a reality. He saw it as the only viable future for humanity in so many ways, both for energy and propulsion. He ended up sharing that stuff, and we can see that through all of these postcards. He ended up building relationships with so many different professionals from so many different walks of life. It wasn't just the plasma fusion guys that were interested in him. He has connections to guys over in neuroscience. He has connections to people that are researching completely unrelated stuff for the military equipment, for different militaries throughout the world. He was so prolific and so well renowned by so many that his passing, I think, was felt across the planet.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so I guess I should ask, because I think that we're kind of running through a lot of the major aspects of this. What was something that surprised you the most, I guess?
I think getting to talk to his daughter and getting a feel for who the man was outside of his profession, right? Being able to take a peek behind the papers and see who was this person at home instead of who was this person at work. And what I found out was that Dr. Winterberg was, he was very old school, right? He was born in 1929. He was part of the German youth back during World War II. He was from a very affluent family. He came from great means. He went to very prestigious schools. He studied under the most prestigious scientists, right? This man thought very highly of himself. And so he had an inability, it seems, to connect with people who he didn't find to be his intellectual peers, even including his family at times. And that is unfortunate, that with such a great mind, to have this other side of the coin where he was really good at connecting with other scientists, but it didn't seem like he always connected well at a personal level with other people, or to include his family. There was a lot of drama. You and I both saw a lot of papers with just a lot of drama that went on behind the scenes with this man, because he had a very strong sense of justice, and if anybody crossed him, he didn't like that at all. He made sure that he chased them down like a dog chasing a bone. He wanted to make sure that things were made right in any instance that he felt that he was wronged. And that's something that you don't see when you read all of his research papers. That's something that you don't see unless you actually get to have a little peek behind the curtain, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, so one of the things that I found most surprising was actually that book right behind you, the Planck Aether Hypothesis. I had no idea that he had developed a completely independent theory of physics. I think that's absolutely remarkable. And one of the things that seems the most remarkable about it was he came from such a rigorous school of physics. And like, as you've said, folks like that, they tend to make up their mind and staunchly defend their opinions and, and what they come up with, right? And in his case, he branched out and he created something that is completely new. Now, neither one of us are physicists, but I mean, I know that you've gone through this. Do you think that there's validity there to it?
I think it would be better for me to point at the other physicists who think that there might be validity there. So he had been coming up with this idea of the Planck ether and negative masses and something called rotons, which I'm not going to get into, but he'd been developing this theory for so long, Robert L. Ford, who in the world of alternative propulsion is a big name that a lot of people recognize. There's a lot of correspondence between Robert Ford and Dr. Winterberg, especially surrounding this idea. Dr. Ford was very interested in this idea. He never seemed to commit one way or another towards whether it was valid, but he seemed to always want to know more about it. He was very, very interested in it. And he wasn't alone. He wasn't the only one. Dr. Winterberg sent out this idea to a lot of different people. And it seems like the idea never quite gained traction as it could have had more people looked at it. I think Astrid was telling me yesterday that like 5 people bought this book last year, right? And altogether, you know, there's probably only been 50 copies ever sold or something like that. Like not a lot of copies of this have made it out there.
Well, when you have a completely independent theory like that, and I've received several of these from different people, right? And one of the challenges is you really have to dig in to understand it, to tell if it even has the potential to be real. And so, you know, regardless of his pedigree, the problem is most of the people he was sending this to probably simply didn't have the time to go through it.
The time or the chops to be able to adequately understand his theory, you have to have a very deep knowledge of a very niche field of physics, which a lot of people don't have. I think that he had to refine this theory over so many decades because it was such a niche. He had to constantly go and ask for help from all these other physicists to take his idea, review it, tell him what he's got wrong. And that iterative process of refinement, he did for decades and decades and decades before he felt like it was refined well enough to share publicly through the form of a book.
So one of the other things that I found incredibly surprising was how many of the names in his correspondence were people that I had met at the ISNPS STAFE conference. And I guess that shouldn't be a surprise, you know, for the listeners, I guess. That's the Institute of Space and Nuclear Power Studies, which is with the University of New Mexico in conjunction with the U.S. Air Force. It was a very long-running conference. Basically, it was the Space Nuclear Conference. And they had papers relating to all types of nuclear power, propulsion, fusion, things along those lines in space. I recall going there and meeting many of these scientists, and I was in my 20s when I went to those conferences. And so I had no idea who they were. So here I am later in life seeing correspondence with people. And actually, I've reached out to a few of them and said, hey, Winterberg and you were corresponding. I would love to follow up with you. And so that's something that we'll probably do more of in the future. But again, it reinforces this idea of this tight-knit community, you know? And you actually mentioned earlier that he had reviewed some of the papers by people in our own alt propulsion community, right? So again, a small group of people who seem to be well familiar with each other's ideas.
Yeah. Even just this morning, as I continue to go through the massive amount of papers that we've gotten over this last week, I was seeing that he had been reviewing papers by Dr. Paul Murat. I'd seen that he'd been reviewing papers from Dr. Pais. He'd been reviewing a lot of these alternative propulsion ideas that have continued to come out even after he had retired. He was still completely fascinated by this idea of alternative propulsion. And I don't think that fascination ever went away.
Jack Sarfati, I saw several of Jack's papers in there as well.
Yep.
You know, yeah. And again, that's just on the propulsion side of things. And then there were so many papers that he reviewed. So one thing I think that I should mention, and again, you and I saw this, but it's worth mentioning for anybody who watches, so much of those boxes was full of photocopies of magazine articles or you know, journals, scientific papers, you know, I mean, I'm just trying to think of all the different places, textbooks where he would photocopy something and put it in, and then he would add his own material to it. Sometimes that was a written document, other times it was just notes. In a few instances, he would literally just scribble on it and do his equations on that, right? So.
Yep. It's not surprising that he branched out as far as he did and that he did as much as he did. The man had over 250 publications. He has an H index of like 2,500 or 3,000 or something. He's very well cited. Part of the reason for that is because he was so smart. In fact, he was so smart that he was even invited to go speak at some Mensa conferences Mensa being the institute for people with an IQ of 190 or more, right? The man was very, very intelligent. And I think that he was able to utilize that intelligence in a lot of different areas. And wherever he set his focus and set his desire to know more, he would accomplish what he set out to do. And he would become an expert in whatever field he tried to set his mind to.
Well, so we should probably wrap things up by talking about what we can take away from this, as well as what the audience can take away from it. I mean, again, he has so many papers online that people can learn from. What are some of the things that we found, I think, that are really valuable and need to help continue his legacy?
I think from the alternative propulsion side, taking a much deeper look into the work that he did during the SDI days in the 90s. I'm continuing to look through that and being able to draw connections between these proposals that he had that never saw the light of day other than the Air Force or the Navy or whoever it was that he was sending each of these proposals to. But when you go through those and you look at who he was writing those proposals up with, that's where you can start drawing these connections to see just how well connected this guy was to the program, right? The reverse engineering program or the alternative propulsion program that the government has had for a long time. That's one thing. On another side, for his professional career in plasma physics, I think that if we're going to see any meaningful progress in that area, that people who are working on that should become even more intimately familiar with his ideas. Because even if he didn't necessarily write about the exact problem that you're trying to solve at the moment, I guarantee you he has in his reference documents, which are also impressive, he has referenced others who have worked on it, because the man was so meticulous about making sure that everybody who deserved credit got credit, including himself. So for people working on plasma, make sure that you familiarize yourself very deeply with Dr. Winterberg's work. The man was an absolute genius, so prolific, and such a lateral thinker that some of his solutions are things that I don't think anyone else came up with, or if they did, they came up with it on their own many decades later.
Well, and I would say, to close things out, I think the biggest takeaway for me is finding this incredible piece of American history, but also world history. And it speaks to so much change that happened during the Cold War, right? And I think because of the secrecy, that's something that is being lost. And it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy from a scientific basis, but also from a cultural basis, to really know what happened, right? These were the people that were protecting us. They were trying to build the future. They were trying to create a better world for everyone. And like Winterberg, most of them had very, very idealistic views of that, you know? And so for me, I think that is kind of the biggest takeaway, is having this glimpse into this secret history of science and technology.
Well said. Thanks, Tim. This has been really nice.
My name's Sean Ryan. I was a Navy SEAL for 5.5 years. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. You know you're going to be cold, you know you're going to get hypothermia, but at the end of the day, going to buds is basically like getting kicked in the nuts. And so how do you get prepared for getting kicked in the nuts? You don't. You just take it. How do we keep each other in line? A lot of hazing. You have a tremendous responsibility being a member of a SEAL team, whether you're the communications guy or you're the lead sniper. You might be the guy planning the mission. You might be the point man. And so there is no room for jackassery. And if you're not doing your job to the best of your ability and you're clowning around, then you're going to get tuned up and maybe kicked off the team. And so it is it's very much a work hard, play hard environment. But if you can't play hard and work hard the next morning, you're not going to make it. When you're in the SEAL team, you are closer with your immediate teammates, your platoon mates, than you are with your own family. And so You eat with them, you sleep with them, you hang out with them, you party with them, you grieve with them. I mean, that is your family. And so you become inseparable. Home on my off time as a SEAL was a lot of happy hours and a lot of ladies' nights and chasing women and drinking booze and probably a bar fight or two. On deployment, an off day looks like a really good workout in the gym and a lot of Xbox. A lot of people pose as a SEAL. I've seen it happen a lot. This is 20 years ago. We would have the support guys going out in town and bragging to everybody that they are a SEAL, it's SEAL Team 8 or SEAL Team 2. And they would go to those specific bars where SEALs hang out. When those bars were empty, that way none of us were in there catching them doing it. But unfortunately, we know the bar staff, we know people that work there. And so that word will get around, and a lot of times they would wind up taped to the flagpole naked when everybody shows up to work the next morning. The number one unspoken rule for the SEAL teams was work hard, play hard. As long as you could show up to work, ready to go, pristine condition, and be able to perform, they did not care how hard you played. Some of the jobs I had as a SEAL was, one, I was a point man. Basically, a point man is the point guy when you're doing an infill, entering into a target. You're the navigator, navigating your route in, how you're going to get in, how you're going to get out, how you're going to lead your entire team in. My first mission as a SEAL was to go to Haiti in 2004. There was a lot of civil unrest going on all over Haiti. We staged out of Guantanamo Bay, and basically what we would do is we would fly over on a helicopter every morning and do reconnaissance in all these different towns and villages to report back about the civil unrest. We had prisoners breaking out of prison. It was just complete chaos all over Haiti, bodies all over on the beach. But it was just a reconnaissance mission. I felt good. It wasn't enough action for me. It made me really hungry for more. I wanted to go to the Middle East. The hairiest mission I've been on was when we went to Baghdad. And this was at SEAL Team 2. There was an election going on, and we had a badass lieutenant who started farming us out to conventional units who were having problems. We would find units that were getting blown up by IEDs or being ambushed on roads. Terrorists would set up roadside bombs, set up ambushes, and they would just blow these vehicles, kill our guys time and time again. We would go with these conventional units for a couple of weeks, training them up, and then we would actually take them on a real.
So let's welcome Jared Yates. Now, what he's written is from November 89 to April 1990 in Belgium, there were over 2,600 reports of large black triangular UFOs. Then in 1997, Ed Fouche blew the whistle on the TR-3B. This craft was claimed to possess technology that allowed it to hover indefinitely. In March 2022, Sal Hayes gave his first public appearance where he details the Navy patents, which include plans for a TR-3B-like airframe. So in this presentation, Jared is going to propose a few avenues that might help us realize this technology. So everyone, let's welcome Jared to the call. And Jared, if you would like to get started, sir, thank you very much for attending and presenting.
There we go. Hey, everybody. I have a lot on this show. The first half is going to be mostly just introducing a bunch of concepts, and then I'll get to the good stuff with the TR-3B stuff more towards the middle. So, different ways that we can realize TR-3B and or warp drives. First, a little background about me. I spent 11 years in the Air Force, the Air National Guard. I was doing F-15 integrated electronics, avionics, the same job that Ed Fouche had for a while prior to going to Area 51. From the Air Force, I got an associate's degree in integrated electronic systems from the Air Force. While in the Air Force, I was studying electrical engineering. When I left the Air Force to go pursue physics, I did a couple years of physics. And then since leaving college and going back into the commercial sector, I've continued some education with electrical engineering. Currently, in the commercial sector, I work in aerospace as a mechanical electrical engineering technician. Also, just as an aside about me, I am very heavily involved with Charles Crawford and Todd Desiato and Jeremiah with the Graviflyer project. That takes a fair amount of my time. For many years, my motto has been that I'm going to see a warp drive before I die. I know it's going to happen. You just got to keep the faith. It's coming one of these days. So that we can have a shared mental model of what I'm talking about with the TR3B, for anybody who hasn't seen it, I have shamelessly taken this image from Jeremy Reese's Alien Scientist site, who, by the way, definitely lit the fuse 12 or 13 years ago when he released his video on YouTube about all this stuff. It floored me. It's amazing. Jeremy, big shout out to you. So you can see some of the dimensions here in the upper right. It's about 60 meters by 10 meters-ish, tall and wide. Not all of these images, though, are of the TR3B. There are some that are of the TR3A, which use completely different mechanisms, as you can see in the lower right-hand side. Whoops. Also, I think there's some disinformation campaigns out there. There's been some CGI videos released of what people are claiming to be the TR3B. I don't think that's the case. In the upper left hand, you can see that CGI model. There's a couple other videos of it supposedly flying through Afghanistan and other videos of it shooting laser beams or gamma ray beams or something and blowing stuff up. I suspect that's all a disinformation campaign. Also, in the lower left-hand side, you can see another image of that TR3A. That image was actually taken right over my base here at Portland, Oregon, back in 2019. I reached out to some of my buddies that are still working there to say, hey, did you guys see this sitting on the tarmac? Because it would have sat just a couple hundred feet away from where we worked. Unfortunately, I don't got enough contacts there anymore and nobody remembers it. It was too many years ago. Also, it would have been a night flight and most of my friends were on day shift. I think that picture was taken sometime around 6 p.m. or so. Also, on the right-hand side here, you can see this is a Google Earth image taken from 2004. I just screenshotted this image on Google Earth a few weeks ago. It's still there. It was measured at about 100 meters on a length on one side, which does not line up with any of our current understandings of the size of this. Its size should either be 200 feet or 600 feet on a side. And this image doesn't quite match that. So maybe it was at a different height, or maybe once again, we're dealing with disinformation, or who knows. Just what I'm trying to say is keep your skeptic hat on with everything with regards to what information you're presented, even including mine. All right, so I got a little compilation I put together here of 3 different instances of the TR3B that I'm going to try to play now. This image was taken supposedly in 2009, I want to say, over Paris, France. And I got a slowed down version of these light ball resonance modes. You can see that's the first resonant mode. Now in the second resonance mode, notice how the top is slightly different shape than the bottom. It's not a perfect sphere. And the third, we're still kind of wavering in the light ball. It doesn't stay steady and then just disappears and is gone. This next image, I'm dubious whether or not it's real or not. I think it still demonstrates the idea. The difference is that you don't see a charge up of different resonance modes. It's just a single mode and then it shoots off, which is part of what makes me dubious about it. Also, that looks maybe CGI. This image was taken from military.com, a civilian website. I find it useful for a few reasons. One, you can see that they can orient themselves in any direction, which means that it's Z, it's vertical. Thrust doesn't necessarily always have to be coming from the center of the ring in the middle there. One final thing to note about that is that at the third resonance image there that we see on this first video, when it just flashes and disappears, all of these resonances, we may be dealing with shutter artifacts from the camera that was used. There may have been a completely different thing than the human eye would have been seeing or that a fast camera would have been seeing. Also, by the way, anywhere where you see on my slideshow something that says link, I have the last few slides will show all of the actual links to these so that you don't have to click on them, you can see it. So the lower left-hand image, painting a and different talk from the there we go. A little more about orbital angular momentum. This is how you can apply torque, angular torque, to light or particles. This allows you to achieve much higher energy densities in a more confined space. The plasmas that are described in the TR3B may be asymmetrically compressed to be able to produce this kind of corkscrew shape you see in the center there. Left-handed metamaterials. These are going to sound kind of like birefringence, but they are slightly different. They can be very useful for focusing as well as just generating superluminal group or phase velocities. Especially important is that lower left-hand quadrant, quadrant 3, where you see what these left-handed metamaterials are. The little E stands for the permittivity, the ability of electrical charge to travel through space. And the U is mu, and that is the permeability or the ability of a magnetic wave to travel through space. Also, as an aside, in the upper right-hand image, you can see that's for backscattering. I find it extremely useful for all of these things, for all warp drive related things, to think of space-time as a optical lattice rather than to think of it in terms of fields. You have to use fields, but when dealing with reflected waves or transmission of waves, all of my research I find it extremely useful and helpful to think in terms of optics with regards to all of this. Birefringence. So when you have a normal medium for a light wave to pass through that is uniform, the polarization of that light is going to be unaffected as it goes through. If, however, there is an asymmetry to the lattice that the light wave is going through, one of the polarizations is going to be different than the other one, and so it will travel at a different rate than the other polarization. The one that gets the change is called the extraordinary ray. That is the oval shape inside the circle in the middle image. The unchanged ray is called the ordinary ray. On the lower right-hand side, you can see a block of naturally occurring calcite crystal.
Here's the real video of the real craft. This is the Teledyne Ryan Teledyne Ryan aeronautical model. This video is from the San Diego Aerospace Museum. It was filmed in El Centro, Texas, and this is the Ryan Model 626 Mini RPV, or the F1926. This is all our archival footage. This is the predecessor, apparently, of all the stuff. This is them launching it with this. I think it's a pneumatic launch system, air pressure. I don't think it's EM. I think it's a pneumatic. This thing was about 4 feet wide and had a flight range of 6 miles. And they could control it with remote control with a TV screen on a camera, so they could actually see it and reported back a live TV feed of what it saw, which was pretty useful and high tech early on in the 70s.
The one that gets the change is called the extraordinary ray. That is the oval shape inside the circle in the middle image. The unchanged ray is called the ordinary ray. On the lower right-hand side, you can see a block of naturally occurring calcite crystal. This has a natural birefringence to it, which is why you see the double image of the grid paper underneath, because one of the polarizations of light is traveling at a different speed, so you get 2 images. You can get birefringence just by, you get it in Scotch tape, you can get it in glass, you get it in many mediums. If you apply an asymmetric stress to that medium, then you're going to have an asymmetry in the lattice of that medium, which means you're going to have light waves traveling through that at different speeds. You can also get birefringence from something called the Kerr effect, which is like a stress inducement from electrostatic or electromagnetic fields on your medium.
This is good to show them working on it, to show the relative size of this craft. About a 4-foot wingspan with that single motor on top, and meant to be very, very quiet and stealth. Again, this took place at the El Centro, Texas facility that they had their
Their main facility was in San Diego. Teledyne Ryan shut down in 1998 and donated all of their archival footage, including all this, to the San Diego Air and Space Museum archives, which is the channel we're playing this from right now. And people can go check out the SDASM archives for more interesting history that's just been lost. And apparently these videos were uploaded 9 years ago, and I never even knew about it, never saw them, which is a lot of people had never seen them. But this is that flying black triangles. Could have been the ones or predecessors of the ones that many people saw over the Belgian wave. This is a specific model that was painted all black with red vertical stabilizers there. So, and you'd be freaked out seeing this thing with that bubble over the. Hell yeah, we're live. I'm just showing a bunch of old clips and stuff and playing some stuff. But anyways, I hope you guys like that stuff. I'm going to wrap it up here for now, and we're going to do another one of these tomorrow with some more stuff. So, thank you all for watching. Have a good night. Peace out.